Yep.
Number one would be
Check 1, 2. No, check.
Your ticket is.
That's all right. If you can hear my voice, just tell me if I'm too loud or not loud enough. Or
50-50?
no,
We did?
I don't know if there's just something with the set or. Check 1, 2. Well, good evening, ball fans. Denny King taking over the mic duties for this game tonight in the 2014 Senior Men's Canadian Championships being held in beautiful Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Big game on tap here tonight with the Charlottetown John Brown Grille Fawcetts. 2-1 heading into tonight's action, playing Team Quebec 1-2. Quebec with a big 9-2 win this morning to get in the win column over Team Nova Scotia, and this one could have some serious playoff implications as we move toward the weekend at the National Fastpitch Championships here in Charlottetown. And got the call a couple of days ago from the legendary Bill McLean, asked if we'd come in and pinch hit for a game or two to give him a break. Bill having a busy summer with events on Bell Community 1, and what a great summer it's been on the Bell Community 1 channel, covering sports from across Atlantic Canada and from all different sports, from lacrosse to summer hockey and baseball and softball and just about everything in between. And host Charlottetown Fawcetts will play the role of the visitor tonight, and leading it off, shortstop Brandon Horn, who's come into Charlottetown, hitting and fielding slickly, living up to the advanced billing of being one of the top players in the country, and he's doing a wonderful job. And a shot there to short, picked up and delivered by Lassard on to first, and one down. Starting on the hill for Team Quebec, Jordan Graham.
Number 38, Jamie
Hard throwing Jordan Graham, trying to even Quebec's record at 2-2, and he's going to do battle with PEI's Mitch Hardy, hard throwing Western fireballer. And Jamie McDonald will step in for the hometown club, playing out in left field today. McDonald, one of the longtime Fawcetts, not just a player and co-coach and organizer, just a heart and soul for this Charlottetown team for many years, and dangerous veteran bat. 1-1. McDonald steps in and eyes up Graham, and the snapped one over the plate and swing and a miss. 1-2. Lovely, lovely evening here in Charlottetown. Great day at the ballpark, and fans filing into central field to check out this tremendous action. Ball is low and away and counts even up at 2. Game's going on at both fields as Chris Abbott with the call. Coming over to the next game is Chris, and Bill McLean said he's going to go and give the Pipes a bit of a break. Maybe lube them up a little bit, and punched at by McDonald. Didn't get much on it, though, and an easy play for the shortstop. Matt Lassard, 2 down.
Now batting for the Fawcetts, outfielder number 19.
Off-speed
Jeff
pitch that
Ellsworth.
McDonald was a bit ahead on and reached out and tried to line one into left, but didn't get a whole lot on it, and 2 down. Jeff Ellsworth stepping in now for the Fawcetts. Of course, Ellsworth, one of the top players in the game of softball globally, and is picked up where he left off a couple of weeks ago in the ISC World Championships, where he was the MVP. And he's hitting at a 500 clip here for Team PEI, and looks to be seeing the ball quite well here as he takes that one low and away for ball 1 and snapped right back and fouled that off, did Ellsworth. Ellsworth, just a tremendous all-around player. Watched the game this afternoon where the Fawcetts pulled out an extra inning 2-1 win against Team Saskatchewan, and Ellsworth factored in with a base hit into center field for Ellsworth, and he did that all day today in that opening game for Charlottetown. He had 3 hits, 2 stolen bases, and hit the ball hard, as we've become accustomed to when
the designated player, number
36-year-old Jeff Ellsworth from Albert in Prince Edward Island, and big write-up in the Charlottetown Guardian a couple of days ago contemplating his retirement from the sport, and certainly seems like he still has a lot to contribute, and a solid base hit there to get something brewing for the home team in the top of the first. 2 down. Andy Skelton, the designated player, coming in batting 4th. Another one of these additions to the Charlottetown club that has really thickened up this lineup and has given the hometown crowd and team an opportunity. Ellsworth with a great break and steals his 3rd base of the day. Uncontested almost, just a tremendous jump, and picked an off-speed pitch, and now into scoring position for Skelton. A lot of talk around Charlottetown and PEI of this Fawcetts team making a run for the championship, and saw them play the Hills Pub team from Newfoundland last night. It was a great game. 8-6 decision for Team Newfoundland, and expect to see those 2 teams clash again as the week progresses. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Skelton. Ellsworth on second, top of the first here. Evening action. Charlottetown and Team Quebec. Pitch is down and away, 2-2. Skelton looks down to Coach Doug Hines and gets ready to step in and see if he can cash Ellsworth. Open the scoring here for Charlottetown, John Brown Grille Fawcetts. Gorham fools him with the off-speed pitch, strike 3, and that's going to end the threat. Top of the first is in the books, no score. Team Quebec coming to bat.
The Fawcetts scored no runs on 1 hit. There were no errors in the field, and there was 1 runner left on base. Ladies and gentlemen, Softball Canada is pleased to present the Canadian Championships. Please enjoy.
Charlottetown's Mitch Hardy will toe the rubber now for seeing his first start, I believe, of the national championships here. He's come in on a couple of different occasions in relief, and Hardy going to get the start for Team Charlottetown. Nothing across for the Fawcetts in the top of the first. 1 hit, a solid single by Jeff Ellsworth, but left on base was Ellsworth, and Quebec now coming to bat. Matthew Waugh will lead things off, the center fielder, followed by Greer and Savard. As we said in the opener, Quebec dropped their first 2 games and then got on the win side of things this morning with a 9-2 victory over Team Nova Scotia. And now with a victory tonight could not just even their record, but move up in the standings by knotting things up with Charlottetown. A lot on the line here for the 2014 Canadian Fastpitch Championships. At Denny King 7, the Twitter handle. You want to drop in and let us know where you're listening from and where you're watching from and who you're cheering for. Send us along your thoughts, and we'll do the best we can to get your comments and send the cards and letters. Send them along, as they say. Center fielder Matthew Waugh will lead it off for Team Quebec. Sun just starting to set off in the west here in Prince Edward Island. Late August evening. Beautiful day. Beautiful evening. Great day for ball. Hurd throwing Hardy. Misses down and away and starts things off with a ball. Cal Helpful King joining me in the booth, watching some softball and quietly cheering for Team PEI. One and one. Hurd working hard, throwing. Pitcher is Mitchell Hardy. And just last weekend led his O'Leary Eagles to the Prince Edward Island Championship, pitching 2 wins over this Charlottetown team. Hardy now ahead 1-2 and looks in and gets the single from catcher Mike Craig. Hardy zips it up in a shot to short that eats up Horn, and Matthew Waugh has opened things up here for Quebec with a hard single. Tough hop for Brandon Horn at short. And
now batting for Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec.
In between, quick hop that got up, hit him up around the wrist area.
Matt Grille.
Quebec with some early activity here in the bottom of the first. Greer coming in, the third baseman. Waits for the signal, gets it, and the leadoff hitter Waugh aboard, and no doubt a threat to steal here. Hardy, base hit up the middle. Waugh is going to get to third as Ellsworth cuts it off and hits the cutoff man, and a solid opposite field single by Matt Greer has set the table for Team Quebec. First and third, nobody out.
Au premier but, number 42, numéro 42, Steve Savard.
Steve Savard now steps in, the first baseman, and Steve Langley and Chris Craig, some of the leaders of this Fawcetts team, go in to see Hardy and tell him just to settle down a little bit here and start to hit his spots and make his pitches and see if they can get things settled down here and try to quiet this early threat from Team Quebec. First and third, nobody out. Bottom of the first, no score. Hardy's pitches up high. Ball 1. Hardy reaches back and fires one. Got the corner there, and 1-1 as Quebec head coach Luc Thibault sends the signals. Perhaps going to try to get things opened up rather quickly here in Charlottetown. Ball is fouled off out of play by Savard, and 1-2 now after falling behind early. Hardy has dug in and now has Savard set up here. First and third, nobody out. 1-2 on the number 3 hitter for Team Quebec, Steve Savard. Hardy delivers high and in tight. Evens the count at 2. Maybe the biggest crowd so far at Central Field to see their hometown Fawcetts. Try to stretch their mark to 3-1 and move solidly into second place in the standings as we head toward the weekend. And each day as the games progress, the competition gets a little bit stiffer, and a hard low drive there from Mitch Hardy is tipped off, foul tipped, and a big strikeout for Hardy. Savard goes down swinging. The pitcher, Jordan Graham, batting cleanup, trying to help his own cause here. Trying to cash in teammates. Hardy delivers high. Ball 1, and a shout out from Jessica Bradley watching from Stouffville, Ontario, and cheering for Team PEI, and her brother-in-law, Andy Skelton. And Andy Skelton, Jessica is fitting in very nicely in Charlottetown and is immersed not only in the team and the community, but in the whole province here as people come out to see the best ball players in the country doing battle at the national championships. Thanks for tweeting us out, Jessica, and glad to hear from you from Stouffville, Ontario. 3 balls and no strikes now to Jordan Graham, the pitcher in the driver's seat here for Team Quebec. Hardy in a big hole, first and third, 1 out. Quebec threatening here in the bottom of the first. Hardy reaches back and delivers a strike down the middle and trying to fight his way all the way back here. Graham, though, a big, confident veteran player, and he looks to be seeing the ball very well and trying to pick one to drive and waiting for the pitch. And Hardy jams him a bit into the fist and is fouled off by Graham, and it's 3-2 now. The count full. Crowd trying to rally along Mitch Hardy, number 44, the big heater for the Fawcetts. 3-2 to Graham. Hardy sets, delivers high for ball 4, and the bases are now loaded.
Now batting for Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. Outfielder, le voltigeur, number 88, numéro 88, Jean-Pierre Savard.
Jean-Pierre Savard, the right fielder now, batting 5th in the Quebec lineup as the visitors from La Belle Province have opened up an early threat in the bottom of the first. Bases loaded, 1 out. Hardy in a pile of trouble early and foul tipped, and catcher Mike Craig thought about playing it for a second and then picked it up in foul territory to get the strike. And as Charlottetown forced to dig in here early to try to thwart this Quebec threat. Jean-Pierre Savard, number 88, playing right field, looking to open the scoring in this evening classic. Shot inside, and 467 umpires in Charlottetown called it a strike, but the one man behind the plate says no, and we're 1-1. And Mitch Hardy didn't like the call and takes a little second in behind the mound to collect his thoughts and focus. 1-1. High fastball. Strike 2 as Hardy reached back and leaned into one there. Maybe some extra frustration. Has Savard now in a hole, 1-2, but the bases loaded. Infield drawn in. Bottom of the first. Savard waits for the Mitch Hardy delivery. Hardy looked like he threw him a bit of an off-speed pitch, and Jean-Pierre Savard just fouled that off to stay alive. Count still 1-2. Hardy reaches back again and delivers. Foul tip, staying alive was Savard, and battle on now. Hardy delivering and Savard wasting them, staying alive and trying to find just one to find a hole, get Quebec on the scoreboard. Hardy delivers again, high, and it's now 2-2. Lots of early action at Central Field in Charlottetown. Look across to the other field, looks like a 5-5 score. Central Field 2, 0-0 in this one. Hardy delivers again, and it's high. And Hardy now asking where that one was, but he's running out of places to put them, and Savard now 3-2. Full count, 1 out, 3 on. Hardy delivers again. Pulled down the line, caught by Langley. Oh, what a play! Langley got the glove on it and flipped it up into the air and saved a sure double, if not a triple, that would have cleared the bases, and at the same time nearly pulled the double play off as Jordan Graham had strayed, anticipating that's going to go into the corner.
Joe McCleary.
Great play by Steve Langley to bail out his pitcher and keep things all square for now. Bases still loaded, though, bottom of the first, and coming up the catcher, Joe McCleary. Steve Langley having a little chuckle and chat at first base with Jordan Graham, and I think both of them are saying a lot of things could have happened here. It could have been a double or a triple. It could have been a double play, and both of us could have been dinged pretty hard by that laser off the bat of Jean-Pierre Savard. When it's all said and done, it was a hard line out for the second out of the inning, and in the bottom of the first here, Mitch Hardy's trying to get out of a jam and keep things square for the Fawcetts. Joe McCleary trying to open it up for Team Quebec. Hardy reaches back and delivers a hard fastball that's outside and probably just a bit high. Mitch Hardy will snap another one, and that's fouled right back into the screen by McCleary. 1-1 now the count. Quebec head coach Luc Thibault sending the signals and talking to Matthew Waugh, who led things off with a sharp single off the glove of PEI shortstop Brandon Horn. And you know Thibault doesn't want to squander this early opportunity. He'd like to get the floodgates out, and he's going to drag a bunt. Chris Craig can't handle it, in a bunt single from Joe McCleary has opened the scoring for Quebec. McCleary showed bunt and dropped down a beauty down the line, and the only play Chris Craig had was to barehand it and try to make a throw to first. Couldn't handle it. And an infield single and an RBI for Joe McCleary has opened the scoring 1-0 Team Quebec. Bases still loaded.
Now batting for Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. Playing in the outfield, le voltigeur, number 27, numéro 27, Jonathan Darvaux.
Jean Darvaux coming in, the left fielder, and a pinch runner now for the catcher McCleary, who will go and get ready to get his gear on, and that's Jean-Pierre Savard, who will fill in, and a ball fouled straight back and over the fence and into the parking lot for strike one. A lot of miles left in this one, and Mitch Hardy knows if he can limit the damage here to just one, that this Charlottetown Fawcetts team is loaded to the gills with hitting and run-scoring production. So 1 run is not going to be the end of the world, but at the same time here, Hardy doesn't want to let things get too far along in the early going. 1-1 as that high fastball is taken for ball one by Darvaux. A 2-out bunt single with the bases loaded. by Joe McCleary has opened the scoring for Team Quebec. And there's a off-speed pitch that's fouled off and out of play. 0-2 now on Darvo. Mitch Hardy, 1 strike away. Sorry, 1-2. 1 strike here away from closing the books on this first inning and getting the Fawcetts back to the dish, as they say. And a off-speed pitch again that's wasted and fouled back by Darvo as he stays alive here. And making Hardy throw a lot of pitches and work hard here in the early going is Team Quebec. 9-2 victors this morning. Leading 1-0 in Charlottetown. High fastball for strike 3, and that's going to end the inning, but big opening rally for Team Quebec. 1 run on 3 hits and 3 runners left. After 1 complete, Team Quebec 1, Team Prince Edward Island no score.
There were 2 errors and 3 runners left on base.
That's why you're not hearing yourself.
Québec a marqué 1 point avec 1 coup sûr. Il y avait 2
Check, 1, 2, check.
à gauche de la sentier. At the end of 1 complete inning, Team Quebec leads the game.
Check, 1, 2,
score
check.
of 1-0.
We're on the air.
It's Spud to Spud on the right red mud. Rolling down the highway, smiling. The Spuds are big on the back of. Fawcetts, the outfielder, number 11, Mark Johnson.
Moving into the top of the second inning, the Fawcetts come to the plate. Mark Johnson, the right fielder, steps in, and Jordan Graham gets busy firing a high fastball outside for ball 1. Quebec with the early lead, 1-0, but maybe a small victory for the Fawcetts as Mitch Hardy was able to work his way out of a jam and just limit the damage to 1 run. But Quebec had loaded the bases and no doubt happy with plating 1, but would dearly have loved to have opened the wound a little bit wider for sure. 1-1 after Johnson fouled that fastball off and swings through the next pitch, and it's 1-2. Johnson in a bit of a hole as he tries to get things rolling here for the Fawcetts in the top of the second, and that ball is fouled off, staying alive. Johnson, Chris Craig, and Steve Langley do up here in the top of the second for the home team, who enter base hit taken away by the pitcher Jordan Graham. A hard shot back up through the box, and he fielded with his bare pitching hand and takes a sure single away from Mark Johnson. 1 out. And Coach Thibault comes out and asks the umpire to make sure that there's not too much damage to that hand, and Graham seems to be firing and it's okay. He's shaking it off and seems to be no worse for wear, and any way you slice it, it's 1 out, and pitcher helping himself. Chris Craig now 3 hits today against Team Saskatchewan, including the game-winning single in the bottom of the 8 in extra innings. A single in the left field that cashed in the winning run for the hometown Fawcetts, and I know talking to Mark Arsenault, player coach with the Fawcetts, that they dearly love to see this bat get hot. And when it gets hot, it generally stays hot for a good length of time. So third baseman Chris Craig will look to carry that hot bat from today into the rest of the week. And Craig right on that ball again, and that ball's in left field, and looked for a second that left fielder Darvo had trouble finding it in the lights, but settled underneath it and puts it in his back pocket. Two down now.
Number 33.
Craig went the other way with that pitch and maybe just got a little bit too much underneath of it. Langley now, first baseman, made a great play in a line drive in the bottom of the first that really could have changed the complexity of this game quite early, but Langdon slaps that one down, and Darvo again settles under it in a 1-2-3 inning for Jordan Graham. Nothing across for the Fawcetts. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left.
No hits. There were no errors in the field.
1.5 innings now in the box.
Ladies and gentlemen, Softball Canada would like to take
1-0 for Team Quebec, coming to bat here in the bottom of the second.
For working so hard to make these Canadian championships successful and fun. We would also like to thank
At Denny King 7, the Twitter handle. Love to hear from whoever's watching and from far and wide, and having the opportunity to take in the great action here at the Central Field in Charlottetown. And Chad Hughes chiming in, cheering hard for Mitchell Hardy. Very happy with the way he worked out of that jam, and let's go Fawcetts, says Chad. Chad's been keeping an eye on things for the Fawcetts. I've seen his name pop up on Twitter and Facebook over the last few days, looking for scores and information from everyone at the ballpark and everybody watching. So thanks for tuning in, Chad. And just like you say, there's a lot of action here left to be played, and we know the size of the heart in Mitchell Hardy here, and we know he's going to dig in, settle down here, and keep his team in the game and wait for the bats of the Fawcetts to kick into gear. But the visiting team from Quebec will have a bit to say too. Matt Lassard, the shortstop, will lead things off.
Leading off the bottom of the inning for Team Quebec.
For Quebec.
Maintenant, bâton pour l'équipe du Québec. The shortstop, Laurent Cook, number 28, numéro 28, Mathieu Lassard.
Lassard steps in and waits for Hardy to deliver. First pitch is high for ball one. Hardy takes the signal from Mike Craig and leans back, and once again just lost the handle on that one, and now down in a bit of a hole. 2-0 Lassard. Great patience at the plate here he's demonstrating in this at bat, waiting for something to hit. Lassard in the driver's seat. Hardy delivers. That ball is in for a strike, and 2-1 now. Hardy fires high heater, and it goes off the bat, and that'll play Lassard, and now things all evened up 2-2. High heater there from Hardy, and looked like Lassard had a little late getting to it and had to climb the ladder a bit to just get a bat on it. Hardy looking to finish him off here now. Ground ball to second that's handled nicely by Jones, and one down. Jones got himself a nice little hop and snapped one on to first. Nice play there by Jones.
The second baseman.
Well positioned.
Number 9, numéro 9, Samuel Labrec.
The number 9 hitter is Samuel Labrec, stepping in for Team Quebec. One down in the bottom of the second, 1-0. The score for Team Quebec. big first inning and 3 hits and a walk and a lot of activity, but just one across the plate. Now Hardy comes out and seems to be full of business here, and once again doesn't seem to be very happy with the calls in behind the plate and asking if he was high or inside. And if you looked out quickly, it was almost like he was blessing himself after communion. Hardy delivers again, and that one's outside. 3 balls now to Lebrecht, the number 9 hitter. Hardy takes a deep breath and tries to refocus. Snaps one in for a strike. He's one of the best around. Works himself into a bit of a lather here right now, but Hardy trying to fight back. Second pitch is in for a strike, and now it's a full count. Maybe they poked the bear from up west. Gets the signal from Craig. 3-2 pitch on the way. Fouled back. Lebrecht wastes that one. A good pitch it was. At the knees on the corner, and certainly would have been strike 3, but Lebrecht reached down and snapped it away and stays alive. Good battle on here with the number 9 hitter. Bottom of the second inning from Central Field in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. The 2014 Senior Men's Canadian Championships on the Bell Community 1 channel. Snap, little base hit there by Lebrecht, and he may stretch this into 2. McDonald's up with it, throwing. Not in time, standing up at second, Samuel Lebrecht with a 1-out double in the bottom of the second inning. Just reached out and snapped that over third base, did Lebrecht.
For Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. Playing in the outfield, Le Voltigeur.
Heads up base running by Lebrecht. He gets help in the time he dropped the bat at home plate that he had second base on his mind and glided into second base with a stand-up double. And Quebec with something brewing again here in the bottom of the second inning. Back to the top of the order. And Matthew Waugh. He opened things up and a bunt single. Craig couldn't handle that. And all the way to second goes Waugh, but nobody covering. And a bunt single from Matthew Waugh. Craig tried to barehand it again, couldn't handle it. And with everyone converging on the bunt and taking various positions, second base wide open, and Waugh just heads up all the way and goes in uncontested to second base. And Team Quebec with runners on second and third, 1 out, and Matt Greer, the third baseman, coming up. Charlottetown infielders gather around Mitchell Hardy, and hasn't been an easy go here for Hardy right from the opening pitch. His Team Quebec is just showing some patience at the plate, and they're showing an ability to get the ball in play. Greer waits for the delivery from Mitchell Hardy. Inside and high, and ball 1 to Greer. Matt Greer had a single in the first inning. He's 1 for 1. Waits the delivery. Offers towards it and holds back, and now it's 2-0. Greer stepping in. Fastball, swing and a miss. Hardy really leaned back for that one to move the count to 2-1. Hardy delivers again, and it's down low and away, ball 3. Greer has himself a hitter's count now, 3-1. Runners on second and third, 1 out, bottom of the second, 1-0 already for Quebec, and they're looking for more. Hardy delivers, and it's in the dirt, ball 4. Bases are loaded again.
Now batting for Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. The first baseman, au premier but, number 42, numero 42, Steve Savard.
And if you were Team Quebec, this is how you would have drawn it up. Had the bases loaded in the first and just pushed one across. They have the bases loaded here again in the second. Only one out on the number 3 hitter, Steve Savard, at the plate. Mitch Hardy in a pile of trouble, but trying to find his way out of this. He may need a Houdini-like escape here now to get out of this one. Ball 1, pitch on the way, and a little slap foul and out of play by Savard. 1-1 the count. Matty Clark sending us a note on Twitter, wanting Mitchie to throw some mustard and get the bats going. And I think that's what everybody in Central Field, Charlottetown, would like to see as well. Before they can get the sticks going, they're going to have to end this threat somehow. It's 1-1. Mike Craig goes out to talk with Hardy. Bill Skierman from Summerside is tweeting us and says the Kansas City Royals aren't drawing any fans. Maybe they should locate to Montreal and bring Bill McLean and Denny King to do the broadcasting. Well, Bill and I would second the notion for sure. And a pitch there from Hardy is on the corner for a strike, and that's a big off-speed pitch that fooled Savard, and he just watched it into the glove of Mike Craig. 1-2 now. Hardy's trying to dig in to find one here. Hardy reaches back and fires one high and outside, trying to get Steve Savard to chase that one, but the number 3 hitter for Team Quebec was having none of it. Counts even at 2 with the bases loaded. 1 out, bottom of the second. Activity now in the bullpen for the Fawcetts, and that ball is in the dirt and past everybody, and it's thrown away. One runs in, another one on the way out at home. Waugh is thrown out by the shortstop Horn with Mitch Hardy covering. 1 run in. And 1 man dead on arrival at the plate. Greer slides into second on the pass ball. 2-0 Team Quebec. Mike Craig had the ball. Wild pitch go past him. He reached back into the short fence here at Central Field, and ball came maybe a little quicker than Hardy was even expecting, and it went over the glove of Hardy. Out to short. Waugh, who was just been a terror on the base paths here in these first 2 innings, tried to open things up from third, and that down the line, and giving chase is McDonald, and it's going to go off of the chip wagon and out of play. John Keefe took a big sigh of relief as it didn't knock out the French Friar. Keefe is, my old buddy Kiefer has been a great supporter of the chip wagon in the early going at the 2014 Canadian Fastpitch Championships. Three and two now the count. Savard still at the plate. The number 3 hitter. Standing at second, Matt Greer, 1 in already. Team Quebec leading 2-0. Full count. Pitch from Hardy. On the way. Hardy gets a little bit too much on it, and ball 4. Savard will take the base on balls, and that will set things up for the pitcher, Jordan Graham.
The pitcher, le lanceur, number 23, numéro 23, Jordan Graham.
Hardy's pitch in the dirt. It's gone to third. Craig fires it down, but beating the throw was Greer. Runners advance, second and third now. Fans in Charlottetown and the players in the Fawcetts bench sending some moral support out to Hardy. It hasn't been his best effort. He's not firing the way he generally does and what we've come accustomed to seeing. That's for sure, but he's battling out there, and in spite of the challenges to date, there's only 2 across. Down the middle there, but called low by the home plate umpire. Now 3-0 to Graham, and Graham the cleanup hitter. You know that Hardy's being very careful with his selection here, and he doesn't want to give anything too much. Strike down the middle there as he takes the free one on 3-0. Just got a text from my good buddy Ryan McPhee, the old pie man, and he talking to him here at the game last night, and he said he just tuned it online and he wants to know how the heck I ended up calling her. Pitch is taken inside for ball 4, and pie man, there's a seat here for you if you want to come up. We could use the help. Coach Doug Hines out to the mound now as the Fawcett infield gathers, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the line for Hardy. It's been a struggle for Mitch Hardy today. He's just frustrated a little bit with some close calls from the umpire, and he just didn't have his best stuff. And full marks, of course, to Team Quebec because they were patient and they were opportunistic, and with 2 out in the bottom of the second and the bases loaded, they've chased Mitch Hardy to the showers. Andy Skelton now looks like he's coming in to see if he can end the threat and settle things down for the host Charlottetown Fawcetts. Skelton was the designated player, so I'm not sure.
Now pitching for the Fawcetts, number 24, Andy Skelton.
So I'm not sure if that just he'll just take his own spot in the order, which I assume he will, but there's some different rules around the softball here that if you don't watch the game on a regular basis, that might on the surface be a little bit complicated to figure out, but a lot of capable people around the Softball Canada and the broadcast booth and the statisticians here, so they'll help us out along the way as needed. Skelton throwing the last of his warm-up pitches as he will be called on to get the Fawcetts out of a big jam now. Bases loaded, 2 out, bottom of the second, 2 runs in for Quebec. And it's been all Team Quebec so far.
Now batting for Team Quebec.
In the early going.
For l'équipe du Québec. Playing in the outfield, le voltigeur, numéro 88, number 88, Jean-Pierre Savard.
Jean-Pierre Savard, the right fielder, will step in, and his last time up with the bases loaded, he lined a hard shot to first base that Steve Langley just reached out of midair and picked off. And you have to know that Skelton's going to come in firing here. He's got no other choice. He's got no place to put Jean-Pierre Savard, and the pitch is high, and ball 1. A bit of wind picks up and blows in at central field in Charlottetown. Skelton, low. Ball through the legs of Craig. Throws to the plate, and a nice slide by Greer to avoid the tag. And the wild pitch has made it 3-0 for Team Quebec. Craig took that off the backstop and got a quick toss over to pitcher Skelton, who was there with the tag, but a real heads-up slide by Greer as he just stopped up and touched the hand down ever so gracefully on the plate to avoid the tag, and 3-0 for Team Quebec, and that ball dropped at a sight, and Craig just barely got the handle on it, but held on. Maybe a bit of a cross-up with signals there. Craig goes out to talk to Skelton and figure things out. 3-0 for Quebec over the host Fawcetts. Going into this game, the host Fawcetts were sitting at 2-1 and in second place, and Team Quebec started this tournament 0-2, but pulled out a big win today, 9-2 over Team Nova Scotia, and seemed to be just carrying right along from that effort today and lead the Fawcetts. And the pitch is down and away for a 4-pitch walk to Savard and the bases. Loaded again. 2 out, bottom of the second. Catcher Joe McCleary comes to the plate.
Now batting for Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. The catcher, le receveur, number 25, numéro 25, Joe McCleary.
McCleary 1 for 1 with an RBI, and he surprised the ballpark in the first inning with a 1-strike, bases loaded, 2-out bunt single to plate the first run for Team Quebec. Skelton snaps one at the knees for strike one. And Thibault is flashing some signals, and you just never know what they're going to do. He bunted last time, you just never know. And pitch is outside from Skelton, but might have got a favorable call there, as that one maybe caught a part of the corner. Now 0-2. Skelton looks to finish off McCleary. Deals and delivers. Strike 3 called, and Andy Skelton with the bases loaded strikeout ends the inning at the bottom of the second after 2 complete at Central Field in Charlottetown. Prince Edward Island, Team Quebec 3 and Team PEI no score. 2 runs on, I think, just 1 hit. Left 3 did Team Quebec, and they have pushed 3 across the plate.
One hit, there was 1 error in the field, and
But if you're the optimist, perhaps if you're the optimistic Charlottetown fan, you look at the fact that it could have been a lot worse. They have left 6 base runners in 2 innings, so 3-0, a good lead for the Quebec champions. Could have been a lot worse and a lot of game left to be had, so it's time for Doug Hines and George Drover and the Charlottetown coaching staff to wake up the bats for the Fawcetts and see if they can start to scratch their way back into this game. Denny King with the call from Central Field in Charlottetown, the 2014 Senior Men's Canadian Fastpitch Championships on Bell Community 1. Pinch hitting for the legendary Bill McLean, who's been calling Atlantic Canadian sports action on Bell all summer. He's been to every Canadian province and back, and does a wonderful job as always. And inside the AUS, there's a show of his this summer, and watched it and very impressed with his abilities in the show, and of course the voice of the Dalhousie Tigers of the
for the Fawcetts. The catcher,
AUS.
number 14, Mike Craig.
Catcher Mike Craig will step in now for the Fawcetts and try to get things going in the top of the first. Brittany Graham is tuning in on Twitter saying, "Go Quebec, 2-0 for the good guys," number 23. No doubt related to pitcher Jordan Graham, who's been a tremendous asset on the mound and at the plate for Team Quebec here in the early going. And since that tweet, Brittany, it's now 3-0 for your team, Team Quebec. Thanks for tuning in. And Jordan Graham throws a bit of an off-speed pitch that's called for a strike. 2-1 the count to the catcher, Mike Craig. Graham delivers again, and Craig fouls that back, and now the count 2-2. Thanks for tuning in, Brittany, and you're cheering for Team Quebec. You're one happy camper right now because it's been all Team Quebec here in Charlottetown. To the delight of the Charlottetown crowd, the Quebec crowd that's tuning in, and to the dismay of the home Charlottetown crowd who have had nothing to cheer about
Dustin Jones.
so far. And that fastball from Graham is swung on and missed by Mike Craig, and one in the books. That's the second strikeout for Graham, who's given up just the one hit here so far. Graham delivers again. Dustin Jones, the second baseman, takes that for a strike. Caught the outside corner. Graham is delivering with authority, and he's picking, and that rising fastball is on the upper outside part of the plate, and Jones swings and misses. Strike two. Working quickly now is Graham. Snaps that one, and strike three again, and firing now is Graham. Second straight strikeout. 3-pitch strikeout to Dustin Jones there.
The shortstop, number 3, Brandon Horn.
Shortstop Brandon Horn now the leadoff hitter for the Fawcetts. Horn hit a hard shot to short. First time up, which was handled nicely by Lassard for the putout. And Horn now is going to try to get things going for Charlottetown. Haven't had much to cheer about here, have the fans in Charlottetown. 3-0 Quebec. Horn gets into this one. It's into the gap. Ball hit hard, giving chase in center field. Tracked down by the speedy Matthew Waugh. Hard hit ball by Horn, but there's enough of a breeze coming in off of the Charlottetown Harbor to held that one up there enough for the speedy Matthew Waugh to settle underneath it and put it in his back pocket and end the inning for Quebec. Nothing across for Charlottetown. 2.5 innings in the books. 3-0 Team Quebec.
Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. Playing in the outfield, le voltigeur, number 27, numéro 27, Jonathan Darvaux.
John Darvaux will lead it off for Quebec in the bottom of the third, and fouls that hard fastball straight back from Andy Skelton. Skelton came in, pitched the third of an inning in the bottom of the second in relief of Mitch Hardy, and now toes the rubber for the third inning. He's ahead 0-2 on the left fielder Darvaux. 0-1 is Darvaux. He struck out swinging in the first. Good crowd on hand at the very beautiful and spacious central field in Charlottetown as Darvaux swings and misses for strike three.
Now batting for Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. The shortstop, Laurent Court, number 28.
One down
Mathieu Lessard.
for Quebec as the shortstop Lassard steps in. The number 8 hitter in this Quebec lineup, which has been all teeth here. Drag bunt attempt by Lassard is just foul. Quebec has come out here swinging, and they've started off this first inning swinging with a hard hit from Matthew Waugh. He's 2 for 2. Greer's 1 for 1. They've had base runners and threats in every inning. And Andy Skelton now is trying to quiet these bats. He's up 0-2 on Lessard. Foul way back and out of play as Lessard wastes that high fastball from Andy Skelton. Bottom of the third on a beautiful late August evening in Charlottetown, PEI. That's fouled straight back again by Lessard. Count still 0-2. Cal Hempel-King back from a run for drinks. Water and Gatorade purchased, and that should keep him quiet for another few minutes. Purple Gatorade he got this time. Wearing the big Montreal Canadiens hat too, boy, representing. Not cheering for Team Quebec though, just because he has the Montreal hat on. He's a Fawcetts man all the way, he says, but 2-2 now, and pitch is down and away for ball 3, and Lessard was in a hole 0-2, and now he's worked the count back into his favor. Full count, 1 down in the bottom of the second. At Denny King, 7's lighting up. At ball 4, outside as great at bat by the shortstop, Matt Lessard there.
Now batting for Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. The second baseman.
Randy Frobel, let's keep her going. Boys, Team Quebec,
Samuel Labrec,
says Randy. And thanks for following the game on Bell Community 1, Randy, and thanks for tweeting, and good luck to Team Quebec. And after a slow start in this tournament, they have caught fire and they are working their way back into contention. Pitch from Skelton is fouled off by the number 9 hitter, Labrec. Labrec with a double to left field his last time up. 1 for 1 with a runner on, and takes the Skelton delivery, and caught in no-no land is tagged by Langley. Just about had Lessard. Lessard thought the ball was going to get away from Craig, and Craig had him caught up for a second, but the speedy Lessard get back under the tag. And the appeal on the swing is denied, so 1-1 here, the count on Samuel Labrec. Lessard at first, 1 out. Bottom of the third inning, 3-0, Team Quebec. Skelton delivers on the corner for strike 2. A perfect shot right at the knees on the black. And Labrec maybe just took an extra look at it and wondered if it might have just been an inch or two outside. Nevertheless, foul lined and right into the stands, and fans in Charlottetown scurrying. Doesn't look like anyone's worse for wear. There's a lot of people smiling and pointing, but no damage done, it seems, and Labrec on the ball there hard. Lined that one, snapped it hard. Strike 3 called, and Skelton has his second strikeout victim of the inning, and 2 down now.
For Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. Playing in the outfield, Le Voltigeur. Number 16, numéro 16, Mathieu Roy.
Matthew Waugh coming to the plate. He's 2 for 2 and has been aside from Joran Graham, has been the Quebec player who's been the most dominant here tonight. He's made a beautiful catch in the outfield, and he's got 2 hits and a run scored, and he's been a holy terror on the base paths here. For Team Quebec, he takes that fastball down the middle for strike 1, and it didn't look like he was going to offer at that no matter where it was. The consummate leadoff hitter, Matthew Waugh, and awaits the signal from Coach Thibault. 0-1 with 2 out. Skelton delivers. High over the glove of Craig, and advancing to second is Lassard. Round second, looks for third, but says, I'm in scoring position now. That's fair enough. One and one the count. Skelton reaches back and delivers. Fouled straight back. 1-2. Number 16, Waugh, has been on the ball all night here. Seems to be seeing it very clearly. Awaits the delivery from Skelton. Strike 3 on the corner. Gets away from Craig. He fires it to Langley, and out is retired, and the side retired. 3 in the books now at Charlottetown. 3-0 for Team Quebec. The hometown Fawcetts, who are playing the role of visitor here tonight, will come to bat in the top of the 4th.
No errors on the field, and there was 1 runner left on base.
Jamie McDonald, Jeff Ellsworth, and Andy Skelton will come to the plate. For the Fawcetts, looking to get something brewing here. They've had just the one Jeff Ellsworth single in the first inning. Other than that, it's been all Joran Graham, who's been rock solid on the hill for Team Quebec. Graham has shut down this vaunted Charlottetown attack over the first 3 innings. The left fielder, McDonald, batting second in the lineup, will lead things off for the Fawcetts in the top of the 4th. The John Brown Grille Fawcetts from Charlottetown, the host team of the 2014 Senior Canadian Men's Fastpitch Championships. All part of the PEI 2014 celebrations in what's been a tremendous busy summer in Charlottetown and all of Prince Edward Island. Into the gap, McDonald, that's chased along the way, and it's going to drop. McDonald rounds, going to stop in for second, and a lead-off double by the veteran Jamie McDonald. And that's another one of those hits where if there wasn't such a brisk wind coming in off the bay, that may have been a 4-bagger.
Number 19, Jeff Ellsworth.
But McDonald leads it off, and Jeff Ellsworth now will come to the plate, and Charlottetown with the thick of the order coming up there, and maybe that big rap from McDonald will wake things up here as the crowd has come to life a little bit as they sense maybe something good about to happen for the hometown team for the first time in this game. Pitch is down and away from Graham, and you know he's going to be extremely careful with Jeff Ellsworth at the plate. Ellsworth, one of the top hitters in this game. No matter where they're playing it, be it in New Zealand or Salt Lake City or Albert and Prince Edward Island, there's not many better at the plate than Jeff Ellsworth, the pride of Albert and Prince Edward Island. Catcher McCleary goes out to have a chat with Graham, and Graham's just trying to keep loose now as the late August evening starts to cool off a little bit, and he doesn't want that arm to get tight. Warms up with the shortstop Lassard, and as a designated runner now will come in to run for McDonald, and that is Seth Hood. And a big round of high fives at the Fawcetts bench for McDonald, and the veteran bat has perked things up here for the host club. Ellsworth will step in. And there was maybe some discussion with the home plate umpire and Fawcetts coach Doug Hines about whether or not McDonald was eligible to be pinch run for, and they've obviously settled things up, and Hood's into pinch run, and the 1 ball, no strike count on Jeff Ellsworth as he steps in against starting pitcher Joran Graham. Ellsworth awaits the Graham delivery, and it's down and away again for ball 2. And the trend so far has been to try to keep the ball down and away from Ellsworth. He snapped a hard single up through the middle in the first inning and waits for it again, and it's down through the legs, and Hood's going to go to third. The Fawcetts threatening. Hood on third, nobody out. A 3 ball, no strike count to Ellsworth, and he doesn't have anything on his person down there, but you know there's a great big green light flashing to Jeff Ellsworth here, and Ellsworth takes ball 4. Catcher McCleary was about to throw the ball back, and he stopped, and he said, "Ball 4, really?" He had a chat with the home plate umpire, and Ellsworth reaches on a walk. Pitcher Andy Skelton comes in, runners first and third, nobody out as the Fawcetts try to scratch their way back into this one. Ellsworth's gone, and he's going to stand up with his 2nd steal of the game and his 4th steal of the tournament, or certainly of the day.
The pitcher, number 24, Andy Skelton.
Stole 2 bases this morning in the game against Saskatchewan. Threatening here now are the Fawcetts. Skelton looks at that one, takes the pitch, and 2-0 now as Graham finds himself in his first jam off this evening contest. He's smooth sailing for the first 3 innings, and now here into the 4th has run himself into a bit of trouble. Graham, high fastball, fouled back from Skelton, and good spot for that one as Skelton was sitting dead red on the fastball, and Graham showed him the heater, but put it up a little bit above the letters to make it hard to hit, and a good smart pitch by Graham there. That pitch is off-speed pitch into the dirt, and it's now 3-1. Graham knows he's into the thick of the Charlottetown order here as Skelton at the plate, and Mark Johnson on deck. And the Charlottetown crowd buzzing as things look like they may start to happen. There's a solid hit, and the runner is going to try to score. Hood is thrown out at the plate! A double play! Great play by Lassard to spear that hard hit ball and throw Skelton out at first, and then the first baseman, Steve Sabard, threw a strike to home to nail Hood at the plate, and just like that.
Now batting for the Fawcetts.
2 out.
Outfielder number 11, Mark Johnson.
6-3, the first out, and then a 3-2 double play. Not too often you see a 6-3-2 double play here, but Ellsworth still standing at third with 2 out, and Mark Johnson coming to the plate, and some indecision there by the Seth Hood. There was a sharply hit ball, and he didn't break on it right away, and tried to then make a late break after Lassard made the throw to the first, and there was just a well-executed base or softball play, really, was what it ended up being. A good hard throw from short, and an even better throw from home, or from first to home, to nail the runner Hood. 1-1 to Johnson. He hits one. Lazy fly ball into the Charlottetown wind, and it's gobbled up by Jean-Pierre Savard, and just like that, the inning ends. Nothing across for the Fawcetts. 2 hits, 1 left. No runs, though, and after 3.5 innings, Team Quebec holds on to a 3-0
Fawcetts
lead.
scored no runs on 1 hit. There were no errors. Quebec. The third baseman, au troisième but, number 22.
Moving into the bottom of the fourth inning. Third baseman Matt Grille will lead it off. He's 1 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. Oh, and he takes that one maybe either off the end of the bat or the wrist. I'm not sure. Looks like he's telling the umpire he takes that fastball off the wrist, and he's going to take the
Fawcetts,
hit
38
by
in the
pitch.
outfield, Jamie McDonald.
Lead runner is on again as the umpire collect and gather there on the infield to see if that actually hit the base runner, and they've come to the conclusion that it was a hard-earned hit by pitch by Matt Greer as he took that fastball from Andy Skelton off the left wrist. The leadoff runner is on again for Team Quebec.
The first baseman, au premier but, number 42, numero 42,
Steve Savard coming to the plate. The first baseman, Savard's 1 for 1 with a walk, or 0 for 1, sorry, with a walk, and he's had 2 great at bats. And awaits the delivery from pitcher Andy Skelton. Skelton's fastball is fouled off by Savard. Savard factored prominently in the top of the fourth inning as he took a feed at first and threw out Seth Hood trying to score the first run of the game for the Fawcetts, and it needed a perfect throw to beat him, and he did. Strike 2 is called, and Skelton now 0-2 count on the number 3 hitter Savard with Matt Greer on first. Pitch from Skelton is strike 3 called on the corner, and Savard says, "No way, BJ." It's not even close, he thought, but
for Team Quebec.
strike 3 called.
The pitcher, le lanceur,
1 out.
number 22,
Bottom of the fourth.
Jordan Graham.
Jordan Graham, the pitcher. Been up twice and walked twice. Waits the delivery. Graham takes strike 1 at the knees. Inside part of the plate, and looked to be, Graham had maybe settled on something a little bit outer half, looking to drive it. And took that one at the knees for strike 1. Andy Skelton in relief of starting pitcher Mitch Hardy. All 3 runs registered to the starting pitcher Mitch Hardy, who didn't have his best stuff here tonight. He battled all he could. He emptied the tank and just couldn't get things to go his way. But that's the beauty of a long tournament. He'll be back for sure. And the Fawcetts are going to make a run in this tournament like many think and hope. They're going to need Mitch Hardy. Two balls and 1 strike to Jordan Graham. Skelton delivers and swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch. Nice pitch selection there by the battery of Mike Craig and relief pitcher Andy Skelton. 2-2 now the count. Bottom of the fourth, 3-0. Team Quebec over the host, Charlottetown Fawcetts. Denny King with the call on the Bell Community 1 channel. And pitch is down and inside for ball 3 and a full count now. And the speedy Grille will no doubt be in motion here as this Quebec team has been aggressive right from the get-go. Luke Thibault. Didn't move him there, though, and big strikeout of Graham by Skelton.
Now battant pour l'équipe du Québec. Playing in the outfield, le voltigeur, number 88, numéro 88, Jean-Pierre Savard.
The right fielder, Jean-Pierre Savard, will step in now with 2 down in the bottom of the 4th. Runner on for Quebec. Skelton delivers, and that ball is fouled off by Savard. 0 for 1 with a walk is Jean-Pierre Savard. No balls and 1 strike as Skelton will toe the rubber and deliver. Snaps one off, and it's hit into the gap. A hard hit ball, giving chase is McDonald. It's going to find the grass. Scoring is Greer. Going into second is Jean-Pierre Savard, and Team Quebec now leading 4-0. A hard hit ball by Savard into the left center gap, and a 2-out double with an RBI.
Now batting for
For Savard.
Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du
Timely
Québec.
hitting, and
Le
he
catcher, le receveur.
took a fastball in the
25, number
outer
25,
portion of the plate
Joe
and drove it hard
McCleary.
into the gap, and nobody was going to catch that. It fell in between McDonald and Ellsworth. And a big run there for Team Quebec as they stretch this lead. Skelton throws a strike past McCleary, who looked to drop another bunt down. He had the surprise bases loaded 2-out, 1 strike bunt single in the bottom of the 1st that opened the scoring for Team Quebec. And obviously not the first time he's done that as he tried to drop another one down. McCleary takes that pitch on the corner, and looks to me that Fawcetts catcher Mike Craig must have built onto the corner a little bit, because he's getting a little further out every time and getting the call, and that's just smart playing, and that's a strikeout of McCleary there to end the inning, but another run across for Team Quebec as they lead 4-0 after 4. 1 hit, big 2-out RBI double by Jean-Pierre Savard. 4 innings in the books here.
1 runner left on base. L'équipe du Québec a marqué 1 point avec
At
une
Central
faute
Field in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, the host venue for the 2014 Canadian Senior and Master Men's Fastpitch Championships. The Masters will get underway on the weekend. A handful of teams will gather, and some of the great names we used to know from Canadian softball will be in action for the Masters Men's Championships, and certainly looking forward to see some of those guys in action, and had a chance to watch the host team practice here earlier this week, and the likes of Paul McKinnon and Chris McGregor and Ronnie Hennessy, Rocket Ronnie Hennessy. Doesn't have the speed he used to have. He's got the heart as big as a horse bucket, but as the boys around Charlottetown are saying, it's no longer full of any talent. But they'll have a great time, and along with this ALS Ice Bucket Challenge, the Masters Men's Fastpitch Championships will be good for ice sales in Charlottetown. The hammies will be tight and the shoulder muscles will be tight, but should be a lot of fun, and there'll be some, don't kid yourself, it'll be some really good ball.
Leading off the fifth,
Top of the 5th inning now is
the third baseman, number
the
41,
Fawcetts.
Chris Craig.
from Charlottetown will look to get something going here and try to chip away at Team Quebec's lead. Chris Craig, the third baseman, stepping in, and Craig had a fly out to left field his first time up. And another one of these veterans for the Fawcetts who will be relied upon to try to get things going. Craig fouls that one back as Joran Graham continues to throw strikes and get things done for Team Quebec. He just has the 3 strikeouts. He's not overpowering anybody or everybody, but he's consistent. He's around the plate, and he's making the batters hit his pitches, and that's the key. Strike 2 on the swing and a miss by Chris Craig. 0-2 now. Always pitching from ahead is Joran Graham. Action now in the bullpen as Coach Thibault maybe thinks that he doesn't want to push Joran Graham any further or harder than he has to, and that's Schweier, who's been in all 3 games for Team Quebec. Pitched the win today, and Joran Graham with a strikeout of Craig there on a beautiful off-speed pitch down and away
The first baseman, number 33,
for the
Steve
first out of
Langley.
this top of the 5th inning. Schweier has pitched 17 2/3 innings for Team Quebec, so he's obviously the horse of this pitching staff. Warming up now is Joran Graham, showing no signs of fatigue though, as he just fires another strike in, and first baseman Steve Langley for Team PEI questioning the location of that strike, but Graham toes the rubber again and snaps another one off the fists of Langley. Is an easy grounder to Graham, and he flips it on to first for the second out of the inning.
Now batting for the Fawcetts.
Been a
coming into
textbook
the game,
performance so
number
far for
25,
Graham.
Mark Arsenault.
Mark Arsenault into bat now for the catcher Mike Graham. Arsenault seeing his first action of the game and swings through that off-speed pitch by Graham. Keeping the ball down is Graham. Pitches away from Graham, and now 1-1. Long fly ball from Arsenault is pulled foul, and boy, he got a lot of power into that one. Pulled it foul, and certainly enough distance to clear the fence, but a little bit out ahead of it. Graham keeps the ball down again. It's 2-2. 4-0 the score for Team Quebec. Top of the 5th inning, 2 down. The host Fawcetts in a big hole now. Arsenault takes that one inside for count now full. Beautiful late August evening in Charlottetown. Starting to cool off now. The locals say here that once Old Home Weekends in that 3rd week of August, that's the end of summer, and you could feel a difference in the air. Arsenault wastes that one and fouls it off. Count still full. Still nice during the days, but a little bit nippier in the mornings and into the evenings. A lot of jackets and sweaters out now to watch the action. Arsenault fouls that one back. Having a great at bat here is Mark Arsenault. Trying to get anything going. And it hasn't been much going against starting pitcher Graham. He's been solid. Pitch off speed, pitch, strike 3 called. Arsenault was on his way to first, thought he had drawn the walk, but strike 3 called, and inning will come to an end with just a little bit of controversy there. Arsenault didn't like the call.
And they recorded 0 hits. There were no errors on the field and no players left on
4.5 now in the books from Charlottetown. 4-0 for Team Quebec.
Is an outstanding way to
Bottom of the fifth now upcoming. John Darvo will lead things off for Team
Number
Quebec, the
14,
left fielder.
Mike Craig has re-entered the ballgame.
0 for 2, and Arsenault pinch hit for Craig, and now Craig is back in catching, and
Now batting for
that's
Team
one of those
Quebec,
rules we talked about there earlier where
Quebec.
if you're a casual watcher of the sport of softball, it might be confusing to see the ins and outs and the entries and re-entries, but Craig back in to catch. Andy Skelton delivers in the dirt for ball one. Darvo 0 for 2, struck out both times up. Quebec kicked things off with a run in the first, 2 in the second, and added another one in the fourth, and that's fouled back and at a play by Darvo. And it's really been all Quebec right from the opening pitch. Matthew Waugh started things off with a single, and Quebec loaded the bases in the first, just pushed the one across in the first inning. Did the same in the second and plated 2, and really have been in control of this game right from the offset. And pulling the string on that one was Skelton. 1 and 2 now. Ball is hit into left, and Jamie McDonald calls for it, settles under it, puts it in his pocket, and 1 down.
Now batting for Team Quebec. Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec. The shortstop, l'arrêt court, number
The shortstop,
28,
Lessard.
Mathieu Lessard.
Coming up for Quebec. He's 1 for 2. Base hit in the bottom of the third. Skelton on in relief of Mitch Hardy. Just the 1 run registered to Skelton. Hardy owns the other 3. Wasn't the best we've seen of Mitch Hardy, and we know we'll see better here as the week progresses. Wasn't hit hard by any means, but had trouble finding the plate, and Quebec used the opportunity to be patient and move some runners along and push things on. Got off to a good start and never looked back. One and 1 on Lessard with 1 out in the bottom of the fifth. Andy Skelton delivers. Off-speed pitch. Bounce back to the pitcher, and Skelton will move that on to first
Now batting
for the second out of the inning.
Maintenant battant pour l'équipe du Québec.
Lessard was fooled by the
second
off-speed
baseman,
pitch and
au
just got
deuxième
the
but, number 9, numéro
one-handed swing out on the bat.
Samuel Labrac.
Easy 2-bouncer to the pitcher and handled quite nicely by Skelton. His fastball to the number 9 hitter Labrac is high for ball 1. Labrac's 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored. Struck out his last time up. Waves at that one. Takes it though for a ball. No appeal on the swing. I thought he may have went around, but 2-0 to Labrac, 2 down in the bottom of the fifth. Denny King calling the action here on the Bell Community 1 channel. Pinch hitting for Bill McLean, who took a trip down to Victoria Row to rest the vocal cords. The busy stretch. Called a few games today and a bunch yesterday. And we'll call them all weekend. Chris Abbott coming up to do the next game following the Fawcetts Quebec game. Ground balls, an easy one through the legs of Jones, and going to second is Labrac, standing up into second on a 2-base error. Easy hop that went through the legs of second baseman Dustin Jones.
Now batting for Team Quebec.
Would have been the third out of the inning, but
Outfielder, Le Voltigeur, number 16, numéro 16.
mishandled by Jones. A big 2-base error as it will bring the leadoff hitter Matthew Waugh to the plate, who's been the most dangerous hitter for Team Quebec. He's 2 for 3. And looks to cash in one more here. Takes that pitch down the middle for strike 1. Patient hitter is Waugh. He's been consistent, and he just doesn't swing at the first pitch. It brings me to mind of my good friend, the late Noel Wilson from Cardigan, who just passed away a couple of days ago, and he didn't like this swinging at the first pitch, and nobody did. That's a lazy fly ball out to Ellsworth from Waugh, and that's going to end the threat. 5 innings now in the books. 4-0 for Team Quebec. Fawcetts coming to the plate. Dustin Jones, and then the top of the order, Brandon Horn and Jamie McDonald, as things start to get down to the short strokes here for the Fawcetts.
Team Quebec scored no runs on no hits. There was 1 error in the field and 1 runner left on base.
Heading into tonight's actions, the Fawcetts were sitting in second place with a 2-1 record, and Quebec started the day 0-2.
At the end of 5 complete innings, Team Quebec
Defeated Team Nova Scotia 9-2 earlier in the day, and now poised to even their record at 2-2 here with a convincing lead over the Fawcetts here, with still 2 innings to play. Jordan Graham on the mound. He's given up just the 2 hits. Struck out 5. And has been in command all evening. Looks to continue now for a couple of more innings as we move into the top of the 6th inning. Great crowd on hand in Charlottetown, and haven't had much to cheer about for the hometown Fawcetts.
Now batting for the Fawcetts, leading off the
Had
6th inning.
situation brewing in the top of the 4th inning with runners on second and third, but nobody out, and couldn't get anybody across. Fired blanks, as we say. Jones now the second baseman. The number 9 hitter, a solid shot to short that's handled by Lassard for the first out of the inning. Maybe just got a little bit on the hands, and positioned nicely was Lassard. A smooth feeling shortstop. He's made
Now batting
3
for
or
the
4
Fawcetts,
really
the
nice plays
shortstop, number
so
3,
far.
Brandon Horn.
Got a tweet here from the UPEI men's hockey team saying that they're tuned in, and there's a ground ball off the bat of Horn that's just foul, and saying that Danny King is wetting his whistle, getting ready for the hockey season. Of course, me and my partner Ryan McPhee will be back with UPEI men's hockey Panthers action before you know it on the Bell Community 1 channel. Panther TV soon to be on the air, and that's a fly ball at short, and backpedaling was Lassard, and battling the wind and the elements and the edge of the grass even played a role in that, but he held on
Jamie McDonald
for the second out of the inning. Jamie McDonald steps in. He's 1 for 2 with a hard double his last time up. Pitch is high, but called a strike nonetheless. Looked to be high and inside from the vantage point of the broadcast booth, but McDonald didn't seem to argue with it, so the pitch from Graham is bunted just foul by McDonald, who's trying anything he can to get the Fawcetts rolling. It's been a difficult night here. Nothing going the way of the host team. Coach Forby McPherson from the UPEI Panthers also watching, and played some slow pitch softball, him and Corey Doucette. Stats can't be found. Ground ball from McDonald is gobbled up by Savard at first, and that's a third out of the inning, and that's going to
The Fawcetts scored no runs on no hits. There were
end that
no errors in the field.
part of the inning for
No runners were left on base.
the Fawcetts. 4-0, 6 and a
Learn how to pitch or improve
half
the pitching
innings.
skills you already have.
5.5 innings
Can
in the
Pitch
books.
is for you. Can Pitch is Softball Canada's national pitching program and comprises of 6 weeks of fun and innovative
Team
training by
Quebec coming to
qualified
bat with a
pitching
4-0 lead. Bottom of the
Contact
6th.
your provincial or territorial association
Thick
for
part of the order
information
coming up
or
for
visit
Team Quebec. Greer, Savard, and Graham.
softball.ca.
The 2-3-4 hitters.
Reminder, ladies and gentlemen,
Andy
that
Skelton
action continues
still on the
here
mound for
at Field number
Charlottetown.
1 tonight. Following this game, British Columbia takes on the defending champion, Three Cheers Pub. We're going to leave lights on. We're going to have a great night, so please stick around.
Was talking about my buddies there playing slow pitch softball with I think they were the Donut Dirt Devils. I'm not sure. The old Fort Augustus slow pitch softball league. Corey Doucette led the league in walks. Stolen bases and errors. The old Deuce. Great to have everyone viewing here and tuning in to Bell Community 1 for this Canadian Men's Fastpitch Championships from Charlottetown is
Now batting for Team Quebec.
being held in conjunction with the PEI 2014 celebrations. It's been a fantastic summer of events and activities throughout Prince Edward Island, and this just the latest installment, the Canadian Championships for Men's Fastpitch. It's going to be a great week of action and will be a wonderful weekend of the top softball in Canada. Greer takes that first pitch for a strike and waits the deal from Skelton. He throws a little bit of a slow curveball that tried to dance its way in along the inside corner, but couldn't find the mark, and now 1-1. Skelton on in relief of Mitch Hardy. Entered the game with 2 outs and the bases loaded in the bottom of the 2nd. And has been handling duties for Charlottetown ever since, and that's down and away for strike 2. 2-2 now to Matt Greer. Greer's been on base all 3 times with a single, a walk, and was hit the last time up. Greer, another sharp hit down through 3rd, and that's going to make its way onto the outfield grass for his 2nd hit of the night. And Matt Greer having a day for Team Quebec.
First baseman, au premier but, number 42, numero 42, Steve Savard.
Chris Craig at the diving attempt to try to snare that one, couldn't get it. And leadoff hitter on once more for Team Quebec. Steve Savard, the first baseman, comes to the plate. The number 3 hitter for Team Quebec. Snaps it down to 3rd, handled by Craig, goes to 2nd, gets 1. Jones holds onto it and opts not to go for Savard. Don't think he would have had a chance to get him. 1 out, and on with the fielder's choice is Steve Savard. The starting pitcher and cleanup hitter, Joran Graham, steps in. 3 trips to the plate, 2 walks and a strikeout for Graham. Steps in here in the bottom of the 6th with 1 out and a runner on, and takes that pitch down and away for ball 1. Pretty significant crowd in the beer tent out in center field. Which is no surprise on a hot August day in Charlottetown. She'll be a busy spot into Saturday. Swing and a miss from Graham, and strike 2. Got a text from my good buddy Curtis Riley, the self-proclaimed star of the O'Leary Eagles softball club, saying that maybe the Fawcetts could use his wheels, and I think as soon as someone could find them, Cooge, put them on you. You may be right, but the West Prince graphic said he had the reflexes of a startled ground sloth, but a dandy little bat. Good hitter, the old Cooge. Strike 3 on Graham as a off-speed pitch down and away fooled the cleanup hitter, Andy Skelton
l'équipe du Québec.
with the strikeout, and that's his fifth.
88, number 88, Jean-Pierre Savard.
Jean-Pierre Savard, the right fielder, steps in. Had a RBI double his last trip up. And has a man on second now looking to cash in one more. When you're playing softball or baseball or hockey, if you're Coach Luke Thibault down in the box at third, you're saying you're always looking for one more. You never have enough. Fouled back off the glove of Mike Craig, and in a big hole now is Savard, down 0-2. Fawcetts will have the heart of the order coming up, 3-4-5 coming up in the top of the seventh, as they will make one last effort here to scratch their way back into this and try to get something going. But down to 3 outs and trying to limit the damage here to keep it a 4-run deficit. That ball is hit up high to second, taken by Jones, and that's going to end the inning. 6 complete now in the books. 4-0 for Team Quebec in the last hurrah coming here now for Charlottetown. All the players up on the Fawcetts bench trying to get some type of rally going. Jeff Ellsworth going to lead things off. Andy Skelton and Mark Johnson.
There were no errors in the field, and there was one runner left on base. L'équipe du Québec a marqué 0
So, some tools to get things going. But
at the end of 6 complete innings,
one big problem to deal with here, and it's Jordan Graham. And Jordan Graham has given up just 2 hits. A single to Jeff Ellsworth in the first and a double to Jamie McDonald in the fourth, and that's been it. As the Fawcetts frustrated all night by Graham, who's been opportunistic and crafty and been pitching ahead the whole game and making Charlottetown hit the pitches he's been wanting to throw, and he's been hitting his spots. He's got some good solid fielding. Waugh has made a great catch out in center field. The shortstop Lassard has been spot on as well. And this Team Quebec is 3 outs away from what some may consider an upset here of the hometown Fawcetts, and evening their record at 2-0 or 2-2. Sorry, they started the day with an 0-2 record, and really look to be falling quickly out of contention.
Jeff Ellsworth.
But they rallied today, and Schweier going down to warm up again just in case to try to keep things regular here for Team Quebec. Strike on the corner from Graham. And Graham, you know, has started this thing and he wants to finish it. He's got Ellsworth at the plate. Dangerous Jeff Ellsworth at the plate now, and ball is down and away. Ellsworth in 2 trips is a single and a walk, and they've been pitching him ever so carefully. Trying to keep the ball away from him. Down and away. Ellsworth, line 1 over short his first time up, and got walked in 4 pitches the next time. There's a ball fouled straight back, and now 1-2 the count on Ellsworth. One of the top hitters in the game of softball is at the plate right now wearing number 19 in black, Jeff Ellsworth, the pride of Alberton. Ball is slashed and just foul, and Ellsworth was looking for extra bases on that one. Gonna look to be hugging the line and just found the green on the left side of the line. And Ellsworth will come back. Someone from the Quebec bench just roared long strike as Jordan Graham gives himself a little smile and goes back to the rubber. Graham has pitched a gem here for Team Quebec. Snap there, and Ellsworth hits that long and deep, going back and gone! Jeff Ellsworth with an opposite field bomb to get the Fawcetts on the board. Boy, that left here in a hurry. Left fielder Dervo took 2 steps and just stopped. 1-2 fastball, and Jeff Ellsworth
number 24
lined it
Skelton.
over the fence and left, and now 4-1. Nobody out here on the top of the 7th as the Fawcetts look to rally. Down 4-1. That brought a little life to the fans at Central Field. Graham delivers a strike right down the heart of the plate, and Skelton, the Fawcetts pitcher, the cleanup hitter, is up. This is the time of the game when the coaching staff just says keep the line moving. Don't make an out. Just keep rolling. Keep the line going. See what we can do. Just one at a time. Pick, pick, pick. 0-2 though on Skelton as Graham doesn't seem to be deterred by giving up the home run to Ellsworth. Graham digs in. And a base hit up the middle. Skelton. Fawcetts' bats have come to life, and Graham may be just running a bit out of gas here now as the last couple of batters have hit the ball hard, and they've really been the only balls that have been hit hard here all night. Off of Quebec starting pitcher Jordan Graham. Rob Schweier has been warming up for the last couple of innings, and he's looking in, and you know he's ready to go. But Quebec coach Thibault is going to give Graham a chance to finish this thing up, but even though they can see the finish line, there's a lot of turf left here yet, and Mark Johnson coming up, the right fielder, fouls that one off with Andy Skelton on first. Fawcetts are down 3 here in the top of the 7th. Nobody out as they try to rally late, the host club. Johnson fouls that one straight back, and he's in a hole now, 0-2. Well played ball game here tonight. Team Quebec has been textbook, and now just trying to get it over the line. Graham with an off-speed pitch and a swing and a miss by Johnson, the first out of the inning.
Now batting for the
Great
Fawcetts.
pitch there. He threw him a steady diet of heat
Chris Craig.
and then broke one off and had Johnson way ahead for the big strikeout. One down here. Chris Craig, the third baseman, takes a strike on the corner from Graham. Skelton's on first. Craig's at the plate. Steve Langley on deck for the Fawcetts. One out here in the top of the 7th, and that's a strike at the letters, and an 0-2 hole is Chris Craig in. Craig collects his thoughts and digs in to try to get a bat on something here, and Graham on the corner for strike 3. After giving up a home run and a single, Jordan Graham now is dug in with back-to-back Ks, and the
first baseman, number 33,
team
Steve
from Quebec
Langley.
1 out away now from putting this one in the books. Steve Langley, the last hope now for the hometown Fawcetts, the first baseman Langley. 0-2. Ground ball into short, picked up by Lessard. He goes on to second, and that's going to wrap it up. Team Quebec will put a 4-1 victory in the books. Both teams now will finish the day at 2-2 as we head into Thursday's action, and things got a little bit tight up around the top of the 2014 Senior Men's Canadian Fastpitch Championships in Charlottetown.
On one hit, there were no errors in the field, and there was one player left on base.
Chris Abbott will be around to call the next game here on Bell Community 1 as we just await the Player of the Game awards to be given out here. Jeff Ellsworth, no doubt, will pick up the award for PEI. And pretty hard not to give Jordan Graham the nod with the game he put in for Team Quebec. But Matthew Waugh also a star for the boys in white from La Belle Provence. As the crowd files into Central Field, we'll just await this last little piece of action before we sign off.
Charlottetown Fawcetts, number 19, Jeff Ellsworth.
And as expected, Ellsworth 2 for 2 with a home run, a 2 stolen bases and a walk was the offense for Charlottetown.
Player of the game for Team Quebec. Pour l'équipe du Québec, le joueur de jeu, number 23, numéro 23, the pitcher, Joran Graham.
And Joran Graham, tremendous effort, gave up just the 4 hits,
Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that
struck out 7 and put in a
2014
great complete
senior
game victory for Team Quebec. Well, that's going to do it from Charlottetown. Denny King on the Bell Community 1 channel saying thanks for watching and stay tuned for the next game on Bell Community 1.
All right, folks, welcome back here to Diamond number 1 for the 8:30 game, now about to start at 9:18 local time. Some late rain falling in the area here in Charlottetown. Nothing too serious. As a matter of fact, I think it may have stopped just as soon as it started. We're here tonight for the final game of this day between the 1 and 2 Souk Loggers of BC and the 3-0 defending champions, Three Cheers Pub from Newfoundland and Labrador. Tonight's starting pitcher for the Souk Loggers is Tyson Barkman. And Brad Esico will lead things off here for Three Cheers, playing center field. Shane Boland batting second, playing short. Blair Esico playing third and batting third. Jason Hill's the DP. Ryan Boland will be the first baseman tonight. Jeremy O'Reilly is playing right field. Colin Walsh is the starting pitcher. Ryan Kirk's doing the catching, and Justin Gill is playing second base. And playing left field and not hitting is Eddie Hefferon. My name is Chris Abbott, and I will be your host for this game here tonight. And folks, there's an absolute logjam for second place here at the event. Recently tweeted out the link for that at Chris Abbott. Three Cheers are at 3-0. Quebec is 2-2. Nova Scotia is 2-2. The Kelly's Pub Bulldogs are 2-2. The host Charlottetown Fawcetts are 2-2. The Souk Loggers at 1-2, and the Saskatoon Diamondbacks at 1-3. So absolutely anybody's tournament here right now, as Three Cheers could all but guarantee themselves a double life with a win in this one. And everyone else is going to be scrapping it out tomorrow in the final day of the round robin. So we're set to get underway. It's going to be Barkman pitching to Banner. Brad Esico is the hitter for Three Cheers. First pitch from Barkman's high and outside for ball one. Three Cheers wearing the purple tops and black pants. Souk in the blue tops and white pants. Swing and a miss for the drop on the drop ball away. 1-1 count to Esico. This Souk Loggers team pulled off a huge victory over the Saskatoon Diamondbacks, who were favored to be in the top of the standings here after the round robin. In the Diamondbacks' favor is the fact that 6 out of the 7 teams do get through to the playoffs, but a double life is looking less and less likely for the Diamondbacks. They will certainly have to win both their games tomorrow for that to even be a remote possibility, and one of those games is against the heavily favored Three Cheers Pub squad. Folks, like to say hello to everyone tuning in back in Newfoundland, Labrador, where it's coming on 10 o'clock. And, of course, everybody in Quebec, where it's an hour earlier, about 20 after, or excuse me, it's not Quebec, it's BC, and it's 4 hours earlier, where it's about 20 after 5. I looked out, saw those blue jerseys, and just thought Quebec. Already getting loose down in the pen for the Loggers is number 20, Scott Life. That one's inside to Esico for ball 3, 3-1. Folks, you see at the bottom of the screen my Twitter handle, at Chris Abbott. You can also get in touch with us in the booth. Community, the number 1, sports at gmail.com. Community1sports at gmail.com. Here's the 3-1 from Barkman to the leadoff batter, Esico. Foul back to the screen for strike 2. Full count here to the first batter, Esico. And he's called on the outside corner for strike 3. Esico will go down looking, one away.
Is the shortstop, number 9, Shane Boland.
So just looking at Barkman's pitching stats coming into this one, he has thrown 10.1 innings, 10 1/3. He's given up 3 hits and 3 runs. Shane Boland at the plate here now. Takes low for ball one. Barkman pitched against Nova Scotia yesterday. He was the hard luck loser in a 6-inning performance, giving up 2 hits. Today he beat Saskatoon, going 4 1/3, only giving up 1 hit. So Barkman is 1-1 coming into this one. Shane Boland at the plate for Newfoundland Labradors, batting .300. He's 3 for 10 with a couple of walks and a strikeout. That's inside, and Boland will foul that one off down to the Souk bullpen. We got Vicky Mullally checking in on Twitter there, the sister of Stephen, who is en route to Charlottetown as we speak. Mullally will join the Three Cheers Pub team tomorrow. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Shane Boland, the shortstop for Three Cheers. Drop ball on the outside corner. Boland goes down looking, and Barkman is in a groove early.
Now batting for Team Newfoundland is the third baseman, number 8, Blair Esico.
Blair Esico comes in here now with 2 down. Blair is 3 for 11 with 2 RBIs and a strikeout. A couple of sacrifices. Batting .273. That one's low for a ball on Esico. Starts the same way Shane Boland did with the drop. Got Japper Williams checking in. He's been with us all week. Esico lifts this one into short center. That's going to be down out there in no man's land, and it'll be a single for Esico here.
Player number 10, Jason Hill.
With 2 away, and Jason Hill will come to the plate. Jason Hill had a home run in the first game this morning. This is the 3rd game for Three Cheers today. Hill is 5 for 12, batting .417. He's got a home run and 7 RBIs. Esico the runner at first. On a cool night here in Charlottetown. The days have been hot, the nights not so much. Says it's 21 degrees currently, but it is certainly not. It's, well, maybe it's 21. It was about 30 today, so it has cooled off, but maybe not all that cold in the grand scheme of things. Drop ball outside to Hill to start off this at-bat. Here's the pitch from Barkman to Hill, the rise ball. Nothing there. Here's the pitch from Barkman. Low and away. Esico gets a good lead over there at first. Had a question from one of the viewers in Newfoundland. Matthew Byrne wants to know what the Newfoundland Labrador team records are. Kelly's Pub are 2-2. They're done for the day. Jason Hill rips this one to right. It is curling around the foul pole and foul. No discussion as to whether that curled around the foul pole. Anyway, to finish that thought, Matthew Kelly's Pub are 2 for 2. They've finished up for the day. They're out to the Sud Zone for sociable. And Three Cheers are 3-0 coming into this one against the 1-2 Souk Loggers. Ryan Boland waits on deck. Should Hill reach? Two balls, 2 strikes. Tyson Barkman stealing on the hill here for Souk. Esico's running. Throw down, and he is out. Good job by the shortstop for the Loggers, Walushka, to pick that throw up and apply the tag to Blair Ezekiel. So he is DOA. Jason Hill will lead off in the top of the second.
And nobody left on base.
So, folks, heading to the bottom of the first inning, it'll be Chris Walushka leading things off. Then it'll be Chad Bryden.
Stop number 11.
And then the second baseman, Andrew Midwidrich.
50 tickets out, folks. We have the winning number here. So the winning number tonight for $216 is number 054028. 054028 for $216. If you are the lucky winner, please come to the operations trailer to collect your prize. Thank you.
So we'll head to the bottom of the first inning, and Colin Walsh will see his first mound duty of the tournament. Walsh, the left-hander, pitched for the Swayburg Crush on the ISC circuit a little bit this year. And Walsh will get his first duty of the tournament here tonight. The lineup for the home team BC Souk Loggers, as mentioned, Chris Walushka leading things off at short, Chad Bryden playing third, Andrew Midwidrich on second. It will be Blake Hunter playing first base. Brian Banners, the catcher. The DP tonight, Ben Edgington. The left fielder is Todd Belton. The right fielder tonight is Jesse Grieve. And the center fielder batting ninth is Nick Midwidrich. Around the field for the Three Cheers Pub. On the infield, you got Blair Ezekiel on third, Shane Boland on short, Justin Gills on second, Ryan Boland at first, Eddie Heffern in left, Brad Ezekiel in center, and Jeremy O'Reilly is out there in right. Matthew Byrne, one more question, he says. Where are Nationals next year? Actually, just had that discussion with a few people around the park. There is no host site determined as of yet, so folks start getting on the bandwagon, and let's get this tournament in St. John's next summer. Dwayne O'Quinn checks in with his question of the game, and Dwayne always has a good question. He says, being from Corner Brook, I don't get to see my St. John's fast pitch, and currently we have no fast pitch out this way. So in your opinion, who's the best pitcher in St. John's? You can't say Uncle Colin. How many pitchers does Three Cheers have on their roster? All right, so Colin hasn't pitched in a long time, so I definitely wouldn't say him. Sean Cleary's the best pitcher in the St. John's League right now. Sean is a member of this Three Cheers team. I believe he will be in town and able to throw one ball charged to the batter for some unknown reason here. Some sort of delay of game type penalty, I think. Anyway, so to finish that thought, Dwayne, Sean Cleary is the best pitcher in the St. John's Senior League right now. And in terms of pitchers available on the Three Cheers roster, there's Sean Cleary. Sean Witten will do most of the pitching or all of it in the playoffs. That leadoff ball is hit out to right. Jeremy O'Reilly tracks it down, and there's one away. So to finish that thought, Witten and Cleary will do the heavy lifting, if all of it, in the playoffs. Jason Hill's on the roster. He can pitch. Blair Ezekiel, who is playing third right now, is available to pitch. Colin Walsh is also available to pitch. So I guess that would be 5 guys you would consider as available arms for the Three Cheers Pub squad. But two guys who are primarily pitchers in Sean Cleary and Sean Witt. So again, Dwayne, thanks so much for the question. Keep them coming, bud. Glad to have you with us all the time. Change up outside. Bill McLean chiming in on the Twitter, relaxing back at the Econo Lodge in his master suite. Bill's joking around saying he got 3 double bids in his room over there. Drop ball on the outside from Walsh. That's a strike. Strike 2. Bill says he'd love to see them kept in Charlottetown. I would come to Charlottetown for this event every single year. Here's the 1-2 from Colin Walsh, the lefty, way outside for catcher Ryan Kirk. And Kirk back in there catching his second game today. We mentioned that Kirk was used to handling Jason Hill locally, and Colin Walsh also plays for Three Cheers locally. That's a ground ball out there to short. Shane Boland on to first, 2 down. So Colin Walsh very used to pitching to Ryan Kirk as they worked together on the Kelly's Pub Junior Canadian squad last year as well. Vicky Mullally checking in, saying the stream we're providing here is the best she's ever seen. So thanks, Vicky. We appreciate all the positive feedback we got, folks. It's really encouraging. We're glad that everyone who isn't able to be here is tuning in and enjoying the coverage here on Community One. 1 ball, 1 strike to the number 3 batter, Midwedrich, the second baseman. 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Colin Walsh comes set. That one's going to be out into the other batter's box for a ball. Walsh is going to want to come a little bit closer than that one. The 2-1 pitch coming from Colin Walsh to Midwedrich. Lasered foul there. 2-2 now the count. Colin Walsh looking to get his team back in on the sticks. Here's the pitch. Drop ball outside. Hits his target, but it was a little bit low and away. Full count here. Colin Walsh, the lefty, gets set to deal. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Colin Walsh gets the Souk Loggers from BC in order. So we've got a game going, folks, between Tyson Barkman and Colin Walsh.
No hits, there were no errors, and nobody left on base. After a full first inning, score is 0-0.
So 1 inning down here, and coming up
Softball Canada is pleased
in the
Canadian
top of the second, it'll be Jason Hill, the designated player,
Enjoy
Ryan
the
Boland, the first
softball
baseman, and Jeremy O'Reilly, the right fielder. Ladies and gentlemen, Inside the AUS returns to Community One for its 3rd season this September. Inside the AUS is an in-depth look at the players, coaches, administrators, and fans of Atlantic University sport. Inside the AUS is available on demand on fiber optic television and online at bellalliant.net/community1. And we're pleased to have the host of Inside the AUS here with us this week, calling the games alongside. And that's Bill McLean. And Bill has his top-ranked show on the network coming back in mid-September. There'll be stories from all the universities that compete in Atlantic University sport, from the Memorial Seahawks to the Varsity Reds to Cape Breton University and UPEI. Jason Hill set to get things going, and the AUS season will be kicking off very shortly. Football and soccer on tap, ready to go to coincide with the start of the school year. Here's the first pitch to Jason Hill. Low and away from Barkman. Ball one. Hill was at the plate last inning when Blair Ezekiel was thrown out on the stolen base attempt. Time called as the home plate umpire tries to keep Hill in the batter's box with that back foot. One 0 pitch to Hill is on the outside corner for a strike. 1-1. Barkman with the deliberate delivery. Explodes hard out of that slow windup though. Low, 2-1 to Hill. As I mentioned before, Hill is coming into this one with 1 home run, 7 RBIs through the first 3 games for 3 Cheers. Batting .417, rips this one down the left field line. That is foul and just over the hot dog shack out there. The hot dog stand at the park, aptly named Get Your Hot Dog. Chad Hughes checking in. Huge Fawcetts fan, but hard not to root for this 3 Cheers team with the ridiculous talent they put on the field every game. Thanks for checking in, Chad. That Fawcetts team is not far behind, if they're behind this team at all, as we saw last night. An 8-6 win eked out by 3 Cheers. And my money is still on those 2 teams to meet in the championship game here this week. But that's why they play the games. You got a logjam here for second place. Never, ever count out Donnie Scott and Andy Skelton. Those guys are competitors. Jeff Ellsworth, Mark Johnson, Mark Arsenault. What a team they've got assembled over there. So don't count the Fawcetts out yet. They had a hard loss here tonight. But they're certainly going to be there when it counts. Great crowd support for the Fawcetts this week. Chop back up the middle. Hill running hard. That takes a bounce. And Hill is gunned out by the shortstop over there, Walushka.
For 3 Cheers Bob is the first baseman, number 5, Ryan Boland.
So Ryan Boland will come in here now. Ryan Boland's batting .417 as well. He's got a home run and 4 RBIs, 5 for 12. He struck out once. Ryan Boland having a fairly easy day today in terms of catching gigs. He caught the game against the other Newfoundland squad. That is just foul down the left field line. But Ryan DP'd in the game this morning, played a bit of first base, and he's playing first base again tonight. As Ryan Kirk has shown himself to be an ample backup, allowing the veteran Boland to get the rest he needed. Ryan Kirk is actually batting 1,000 coming into this one, 2 for 2 this morning. Got to feel good for Kirky. I know his father Jeff is watching at home. Here's the 0-1 to Ryan Boland. That is low for ball 1. Amber Fury checking in on Twitter, cheering for her team. Here's the 0-1. The 1-1, excuse me. Boland with an excuse me swing. That's carrying way back, and that's off the fence. Ryan Boland's going to be in there with a stand-up triple.
Now batting for 3 Cheers Bob, the outfielder number 22, Jeremy O'Reilly.
So Ryan Boland continues to show off his speed here this week. That time a triple. And now Jeremy O'Reilly's going to step in for 3 Cheers as Boland hits the 1-out triple. O'Reilly batting .500, 3 for 6. He's got an RBI and a couple of walks. Real nice mix of youth and veteran players here for Three Cheers here now. And all of a sudden, I don't know when this happened along the way, but now the veteran guys are Jason Hill and Steve Mullally and Ryan Boland. Those guys are considered veterans now. It wasn't long ago. They were the young guns. Brad Esgel. These guys have seen it all, done it all. They're the veterans, and now bringing along the next group of Colin Walsh and Ryan Kirk, Jeremy O'Reilly. Real nice mix here. Sean Witten, the elder statesman, on the squad. Ripped and knocked down. No play at third base. And O'Reilly is gunned out at first. But Ryan Boland will score on the RBI ground out by Jeremy O'Reilly.
Spot is the pitcher, number 6, Colin Walsh.
Real nice play down there by the third baseman, Bryden. Chad Bryden knocks that one down. Would have liked to have made the catch on the line drive, but still makes a nice play. Boland with some heads up running, scampers home. Question here, are there any Newfoundlanders playing on teams besides the Kelly's Pub Bulldogs or Three Cheers? The answer, finally, is no. It's been a long time bringing all the Newfoundlanders back home to play. And you can say that there are no other players playing with other provinces. Everyone wants to represent Newfoundland and Labrador, as now Newfoundland and Labrador is considered a fast pitch powerhouse. Stephen Rice checking in on the Twitter, the brother-in-law of Three Cheers coach Lee Coase. That one's inside to Walsh. Steve Rice says with minor ball on the rebound, it would be great for the kids and the game, and that's in reference to bringing the tournament to St. John's next year. As far as I know, a host site is yet to be determined. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. 2-0 here to Colin Walsh. Walsh fouls that one into the screen in front of the Three Cheers dugout, a little bit behind that offering from Barkman. Lots of Newfoundland and Labrador fans checking in on the Twitter. Is anyone out watching in BC tonight? I'm sure there is. Check in on Twitter at Chris Abbott or Community1Sports at gmail.com. The one in Community One Sports is the number 1. Here's the 2-1 to Colin Walsh. Fouls that one to the screen again. And the pitcher Walsh is now in a 2-2 count with 2 away here in the top of the second. Ryan Kirk, the catcher, waits on deck. Walsh fouls that one back, the Barkman rise ball. 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Colin Walsh from Petty Harbour, Newfoundland, Labrador. 22-year-old here with Three Cheers. Inside, nice pitch, the curveball from Barkman gets his team out of it. He gets Walsh looking for the third out of the inning. After 1.5, Three Cheers Pub lead the Souk Loggers 1-0.
Team Newfoundland scored 1 run on 1 hit. There was no errors and nobody left on base. Now, Softball Canada would like to thank the organizing committee and its dedicated volunteers for working so hard to make these Canadian championships successful and fun. We would also like to thank the fans for their continued support of the game of softball, as well as the athletes who take part in this prestigious event. And now, let's get on with the game. Up for the Souk Loggers is first base number 12, Blake Hunter.
So it'll be Blake Hunter, followed by the catcher, Brian Banner, and the DP, Ben Edgington. against Colin Walsh in the Three Cheers pub here in the bottom of the second. Hunter's playing first base, batting fourth. Coming into this one, he's batting .286, 2 for 7. He's got a home run and 2 RBIs. Oh, all I had to do was call out the people in BC. Megan Golding checking in. Darcy Walushka says he's got the Blue Jays on the big screen, Big Brother on the little screen. I don't know about that one. If you're watching the Blue Jays and you're watching Big Brother, how are you watching this game? Let us know who wins the head of household, Darcy. Clearly a joke. I know what you mean. Coach Bully checking in, saying no Naftal on the Newfoundland and Labrador rosters. Mike wasn't able to get the time off work as, of course, this is an amateur event. So Mike was slated to play with the Kelly's Pub squad, but wasn't able to get the time away. And that happens for guys, for sure. It's a long time here at the tournament, 5 or 6 days. So won't see Mike Naftal at this year's event. Kyle checking in, says looks like Barkman is throwing gas tonight under the lights. Barkman is throwing very hard. Very hard. He has that slow, deliberate windup, and then he just explodes off the rubber. 3-1 count here on Hunter from Colin Walsh. That's going to be a walk to start the inning. And catcher Brian Banner will come in.
For the Suploggers, the catcher number 38, Brian Banner.
So the leadoff hitter's on. Banner, the catcher, comes in. We'll see if he bunts. Yes. They got the runner picked up. Oh, ball, very unlike Kirk not to take that throw down the Gill. Didn't want to throw it into right field. They had the runner caught off first base. Banner tries again to get it down. Nothing doing. 2 strikes now to the catcher Banner. Wednesday night here in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. No place you'd rather be, folks. Absolutely gorgeous. Here's the 0-2 from Walsh. On the outside corner as Banner was going to try and get it down again. Twitter is on fire here tonight. Darnell Barkman checking in Manila, watching Uncle Tyson chucking live. That one is ripped to center. That is off the fence, and around to score will come Hunter. And Banner is in there with an RBI double off the center field fence.
Now at bat for the Suploggers, the designated player number 15, Ben Edgington.
So Edgington will come up with nobody out, runner on second, and we're into a tie game. So Darnell Barkman, the Thrilla in Manila, watching this one on the laptop over there. Looks like early morning. Brooks Robinson checking in. This is great. Lots of people checking in on the old Twitter. Enjoyed the love for Vancouver Island earlier. Walushka, Big Brothers are always better, says Brooks Robinson. I'm not going to get into that argument. Outside for a strike on Edgington. 1-1. Nobody out. Banner's the runner at second. Drop ball on the outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Coach Bully is watching the game with his sweet daughters, he says. Emily and Jane, that's it. Get them into the ball. Big swing and a miss. Strike to Edgington. And they're going to have a quick chat here after the 2-2. It's a strategy 3 Cheers used earlier today, too, after a 2-strike pitch, having a little conference on the mound. Gets the batter out of his rhythm, and then you come back and get him with strike 3. That's the second time they've used that today. Not sure. Maybe there's a chat about how to approach the batter, but it seems to me last time they had a 2-strike conference, then the next pitch got the batter swinging, so that's interesting. Stephen Reardon checking in, saying any reason why Cleary hasn't pitched yet. There's a very good reason why Sean Cleary hasn't pitched yet. That's because he's still in St. John's. With all the time the boys have to take off work with the ISC schedule and everything throughout the year, Sean and also his Team Canada commitments, Sean's going to be here for the playoff round. So it's not a thing where they're saving him or anything like that. He's just simply physically not here. Two balls, 2 strikes. Walsh dealing here to Edgington. Drop ball outside for a ball. And there's some guys scurrying in the 3 Cheers bullpen or the 3 Cheers dugout. Looks like we might have a bullpen session about to start over there. And that's ball 4.
Now batting for the Souk Loggers is the left fielder, number 16, Todd Belton.
And on cue, Jason Hill has gone to the bullpen for 3 Cheers. John Kelly down there getting his catching gear ready. Kelly also available to catch for 3 Cheers. Never even really thought about that. No balls, 1 strike to Todd Belton, the left fielder. Runner on first and second. Might see a sac bunt here. Nobody out. Belton takes a ball low. Here's the 1-1. Changeup is high. Walsh having a little trouble finding the zone here right now. Runners on first and second. One away. No away, excuse me. 2 balls, 1 strike on the hitter Belton. Drop ball in the outside corner. Walsh gets the call. 2-2. This is a big batter in this game for Colin Walsh. Jesse Grieve on deck, the right fielder. This is hit out to second. Gill tosses it on to Bolin on to first. Ryan Bolin can't come up with it. And a run will come in to score. And it looks like Ryan Bolin might have taken the ball in an uncomfortable place there. Got him right in the chest by the looks of things. He's gone over to the bench to take a breather.
For the Souk Loggers is the right fielder, number 24, Jesse Grieve.
Yeah, he took that right on the nipple. And Ryan will shake that off. Tough guy that he is. So Banner will come around to score. Edgington is retired on the fielder's choice for the first out. And Belton moves down to first. So runner on first, 1 away is the damage there. And Souk leads this one 2-1. That one's high. Kirk is all over it. Ball 1. So Belton's on first, reaching on the fielder's choice. Jesse Grieve is up, the number 8 hitter in the lineup. Grille is 0 for 8 coming into this one. Swing and a miss for strike one. Colin Walsh, the pitcher for Three Cheers Pub. Jesse Grille at the plate, and Todd Belton, the runner at first. That's fouled away. Someone got brave for a quick second, tried to grab that in the stands, then decided to get their bare hands out of the way. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Grille. The center fielder, Nick Medvedrich, is on deck. Vicky Mullally sends in a tweet, says she can hear her mom clear as day telling off the umps. She might get escorted off the field yet. Well, you wouldn't be a Mullally if you didn't get escorted off the field now, would you? 1-2. Here's the pitch. That's high and inside. Grille lets that go for ball 2. Two and 2 the count, 1 away. Souk leading this one 2-1 in the bottom of the second. Ripped inside the line. Esgel can't get to it. Heffern's going to pick that up, and the runner will hold at second. Belton, and Grille reaches on a single.
Team BC is the center fielder, number 4, Nick Medvedrich.
And that'll bring Colin Abbott out for a mound visit with young Walsh. As Nick Medvedrich is at bat, Chris Walushka is on deck. Nick Medvedrich is 1 for 5 coming in here. He's got no home runs or no RBIs. He's got a walk and 3 strikeouts to his credit. So that conversation on the mound has been broken up, and we're back ready to go here. Runners on first and second, 1 away for the 9-batter, Nick Medvedrich, the 6th batter to come to the plate for the Loggers here in this one. Drop ball in there for a strike, strike 1. Brittany Graham checking in. Catching the game from Toronto, wishing I was in PEI with Joran Graham. I was hoping to see Noftel in this game too. That one's outside for a ball. And Joran just threw the win against the host team. That one is ripped at Blair Esgel. He's going to step on third. Doesn't have a play to make at first, and Esgel will hold on to the ball. Fielder's choice will retire Belton for the second out. Medvedrich will move down to second. Grille will move to second. Medvedrich to first on the fielder's choice.
The shortstop, number 11, Chris Walushka.
So Walushka will step in with runners on first and second, 2 down. Colin Walsh looking to get out of this jam, having only given up 2. That one's high across the letters for a strike. High drop on Walushka for strike 1. Ripped out there into right center. That's going to score 1 for sure. Walushka will stop at first. And Medvedrich will come around to third. So 3-1 the score as Grille now will come in to count.
Now batting for the Souk Loggers is the 3rd baseman, number 3, Chad Bryden.
So Bryden will come to the plate. That'll send Colin Abbott down to see if Jason Hill is ready to go yet, as Colin Walsh is struggling here in the second inning. Hill's been down there for a while and pitched already today. Looks like he's fairly loose. Three cheers calling time on the mound to buy a little bit more time. So Chad Bryden will come in. He is the 8th batter here for the Loggers in the second, and they have got the defending champs on the ropes. That pitch is outside for ball 1. That is fouled off into the concession area. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners on first and third for the Loggers. And 2 down here in the bottom of the second inning. It's after 10:03 local time, so we're looking at another late finish here tonight. That one just fouled down the left field line. No visible foul call from the umpires, so a couple of people wondering what the call was. Normally you'll see the arms thrown up. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, Colin Walsh to the left-handed hitting Chad Bryden, who grounded out to short in his last at-bat. And that one's going to hit him. And I think that's going to be all for Mr. Walsh. As
bat for the Souk Loggers is the second baseman, number 29, Andrew Medwedrich.
that will be it for Colin Walsh on the mound. Jason Hill's going to come into this bases loaded jam and try and get him out of it. And we'll see if there's any other changes to go along with it. We still got Kyle out cheering in BC. We've got the cross-Canada battle going on here. Eddie Heffron's going to come in. Looks like they're going to move Walsh out into left field. And Hill, the DP, will come in to pitch. So Jason Hill will come on to pitch here in the bottom of the second inning with the Loggers with the bases loaded. Colin Walsh is knocked out of this one.
Position changed. Jason Hill is now pitching. And Colin Walsh is now playing on left field.
So Colin Walsh will pitch 1 2/3, gives up 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks and a K, and Walsh is also responsible for the 3 runners on base, should any of those come in to score. So Walushka will move down to second on the hit batter. Medwedrich still over on third. Bryden is on first. And the second baseman, Adam Medwedrich, who struck out his first time around, will come up with the bases loaded, the number 3 hitter for the Loggers. And he can bust this one wide open like Ric Flair in a cage match with a hit here. So Hill's on to pitch. He'll pitch the win this morning. Just bring up his pitching stats here. Hill's got 7 innings pitched, gave up 5 hits, 3 earned runs, had 10 strikeouts, credited with the win, and now comes into an absolute jam here Bases loaded to the number 3 batter for the Loggers. So Jason Hill is a slippery individual. Let's see if he's able to wiggle out of this one. Medvedrich still looking for his first hit of the tournament. That's down there for a ball. Trevor Carew checking in, says it's a rare off night for Colin Walsh. He'll bounce back. Absolutely. Colin Walsh is a competitor. That one is drilled in the center. That's going to score one. Brad Ezigal with the throw to the plate cut off. They will get the out at third, but not before 2 more runs score. And the Souk Loggers take a 5-1 lead over Three Cheers Pub Bud Light. So it's a 2 RBI single for Medvedrich. Belton and Nick Medvedrich will score. Nick Medvedrich and Walushka will score. Bryden is picked off third for the third out. So, folks,
BC scored 5 runs on 4 hits. There were 1 error and 1 runner left on base. And then at the end of 2 complete innings, Team BC is leading by a score of 5-1.
so that'll close the book on Colin Walsh. He pitches 1 2/3, gives up 3 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, and a K. And Jason Hill is now into the game. Walsh, the pitcher of record, unless Three Cheers can chip away at this and come back. And if there's a team here at this tournament that can chip away at a 5-1 lead, it is certainly Three Cheers, but they're going to have their work cut out for them with Tyson Barkman throwing well out there on the mound. So buckle your seatbelts, folks. We're either going to have an upset or we're going to have a huge comeback. Either or, it's going to be exciting. Ryan Kirk will lead things off, followed by Justin Gilden. Back to the top of the order for Brad Ezigal here in the 3rd inning.
Now batting for Three Cheers Pub is the catcher number 16, Ryan Kirk.
Kirky comes into this one batting 1,000. He was 2 for 2 in this morning's game and his only 2 at-bats. He singled, doubled, and drove in a couple of runs. He cuts at the first one from Barkman for strike 1. Barkman comes set. Kirk with a heavy swing and a miss, strike 2. So a big lead built up by the Loggers here on the strength of that 5-run 2nd inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Ryan Kirk goes down on 3 straight pitches. And it'll be Justin Gill with 1 out here in the top of the 3rd.
For Team Newfoundland is the 2nd baseman, number 3, Justin Gill.
So Gill will step in here now. Gill is batting .556. He's 5 for 9 with 3 RBIs coming into this one. Take strike 1 there from Barkman. Swing and a miss, foul tip, actually. Strike 2 on Gill. And Barkman has thrown 5 straight strikes to start the inning. Here's the 0-2 from Barkman to Gill. That one's fouled away. We'll do it again, 0-2. So not what anyone expected for the Loggers here today after day 1. Looks like they've shook off the jet lag and they are ready to play. No balls, 2 strikes on the 9 batter, the second baseman, Justin Gill. Here's the pitch from Barkman. That hits Gill on the ankle. That's got to smart.
Now batting for 3 Cheers Pub is the outfielder, number 11, Brad Ezekiel.
Brad Ezekiel will step in now. Justin Gill, the runner at first. Good wheels. Anything in a gap or down the line will score Gill, undoubtedly. Haven't seen Brad Ezekiel unleash the power he's had in the last couple of national events. Of course, Brad hit the walk-off home run to win the gold medal last year. They don't get much bigger than that. Brad is just a mere 1 for 10. Not Brad Ezekiel-like numbers coming into this one, and is yet to have an RBI. Barkman is set out there on the mound. Gill, the runner at first. Ezekiel rips that one down the line, foul. And that's more the kind of swing we're used to from Brad. But he's in a hole now, 0-2 against Barkman as well. So after getting this lead, Barkman is attacking these 3 Cheers Pub batters, and that is the right strategy if you're Tyson Barkman and the Souk Loggers. Here's the 0-2. And Brad Ezekiel rips that one to right. It is back, and it is gone. Brad Ezekiel with a Bell Alliant bomb to right field. Opposite field power from the middle Ezekiel, and 3 Cheers Pub just like that are back in this. Don't call it a comeback. He's been here for years.
Back for Team Newfoundland is the shortstop, number 9, Shane Boland.
So Brad Ezekiel brings 3 Cheers right back into this one. Only one out here in the top of the 3rd inning. Shane Boland will lead things off. We'll get things back going after the Ezekiel home run. Barkman delivers. Boland tries a bunt right to Barkman. Medvedrich wasn't really expecting a bunt, was a little late getting over to cover, but he does get there, and Boland is retired 1-4.
Now at bat for Team Newfoundland, we have the 3rd baseman, number 8, Blair Ezekiel.
So it'll be Blair Ezekiel now, the 3rd baseman. Blair singled his first time around, was caught stealing. Blair Ezekiel, with 2 outs, takes pitch high for ball 1 from Tyson Barkman. Here's the 1-0 to Blair Ezekiel. Takes that one for a strike. Drop ball right down Main Street. 1-1. Barkman comes set for the 1-1 to Ezekiel. Swing and a miss, and Blair takes a big rip at that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Upcoming the 1-2 pitch. There's 2 down in the top of the 3rd inning. Ezekiel fouls that one back hard off the backstop. One ball, 2 strikes to the 3rd baseman, Ezekiel, batting 3rd in the 3 Cheers lineup. Fouls that one back. Ricochets off a couple of posts and rolls back out here into the infield. Count remains 1-2. Amber Penny checking in, so she was just starting to doze off. Well, I'd say my call just woke you up a little bit, Amber. Sorry if I scared you. Go check the doors, make sure there's nobody else there. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Here's the pitch from Barkman. Change up gets Ezekiel swinging, and that'll do it for 3 cheers in the 3rd inning, but they get 2 runs courtesy of the Brad Ezekiel Bell Alliant bomb to right field, and after 2.5, BC leads this one 5-3. It'll be Blake Hunter, Brian Banner, and Ben Edgington coming up in the bottom of the 3rd.
Sluggers is number 12, the first baseman, Blake Hunter.
Folks, make sure to catch the East Coast Sports Show with Bill and Izzy on Community One this summer. Bill McLean, Izzy Germain, Eric Moffat, and myself will take you on a weekly tour of local sporting events across Atlantic Canada. The East Coast Sports Show is available on demand on your Bell Alliant fiber optic television and online at bellalliant.net/community1. Jason Hill now dealing to Blake Hunter. Hill falls off the mound and sends a pitch up into the backstop a la me in minor ball down in Portugal Cove, St. Philip's, Newfoundland, Labrador. So 2 balls to count here to Hunter. Hunter walked and scored last inning. So Boland and Gill give Hill a hand, straightening out the humps and bumps left there from Barkman's inning. And they'll get things going again here, and it's 2-0 to Hunter, the first baseman. Rise ball in there for a strike. And that one must have been at the top of the strike zone. Not real happy about it is anyone in the ballpark. 2-1. Same pitch, call the ball. 3 balls, 1 strike. Here's a 3-1. That's in there for a curveball and a strike. 3-2 the count. So Hill is back in there for the 3-2 count. And walks the first batter.
Now up for the Sluggers is the catcher number 38, Brian Banner.
So Banner comes in after the leadoff walk here to Hunter. So this is how last inning started. Hunter walked, And then Banner doubled him home. Outside for ball one. One ball, no strikes to Banner. Hunter's the runner at first. Nobody out. That is skied out there in the right. Bradley Esco comes down with that. That one was higher than Rob Van Dam on a Monday night.
Now batting for Team BC is the designated player number 15, Ben Edgington.
And Edgington will be the batter here. Hunter stays at first. Banner flies out to center field. One out here. And pitch from Hill is fouled to the right. No balls, one strike. Hill comes set. Changeup goes high. One ball, one strike. Edgington walked his last time, was erased on a fielder's choice, going to second. That one is skied foul down the right side. Jeremy O'Reilly gives chase over there, but it falls well beyond the fence. It's 1-2 on Edgington. The Loggers lead this one 5-3 here in the bottom of the third. Curveball inside, doesn't get the call, a little bit low, 2-2. Hill doesn't seem very comfortable out on the mound there. Gill and Bolin trying to work on that landing area. Seems like it's a little bit soft out there. You can hear it when their feet go over it. It's been a long day. A lot of people pitching out there on that mound, so I'm sure it's not in the best of shape out there right now. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Changeup is down the middle for strike 3, and Edgington goes down looking. That'll bring the left fielder, Todd Belton.
Is the left fielder number 16, Todd Belton.
Hunter still the runner on first. Kirk can't hang on to that. And scampering down to second on the wild pitch is Hunter. One and 0 is the count here on Belton. That one's fouled back, 1-1. One and one the count, 2 away. Runner on second for the Loggers. Belton's going to look to trade places with him and make this a 6-3 game. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Hill pulls the string on that change up there on the inside part of the plate. 1-2 is the count here on the left fielder, Belton. Reached on a fielder's choice last time around. Hill goes back inside, and that one's fouled back to the screen. Sherry Walsh checking in on Twitter, cheering for Brad Esigal. Here's the 1-2. This one is lifted into center. Esigal gives chase. That's going to fall into no man's land out there, and Belton's got an RBI single. Hunter will come around to score. 6-3 now for the Loggers.
Now batting for Team BC is the right fielder, number 24, Jesse Grieve.
Jesse Grieve will come in. Grieve singled and scored last time around. Two down here now to Grieve. Runner on first is Belton, who just had an RBI single. And the Loggers lead this one 6-3 over the defending champs. Swing and a miss on the rise. Ball, strike one. No balls, one strike, two outs. Same pitch, and Grieve misses that one as well, 0-2. 0-2 to Grieve. The runner's on second, two down here in the bottom of the third inning. The Loggers have added another run and lead this one 6-3. Here's the 0-2 from Jason Hill. Goes up there again. Three rise balls to Grieve. He touches neither. And the defending champ, Three Cheers Pub, get out of this, but after three complete, they trail the Souk Loggers 6-3.
No errors and one runner was left on base. At the end of three complete innings, Team BC leads the game by a score of 6-3.
Folks, Beltline Community 1 is proud to be the exclusive webcasting partner of the 2014 Senior and Masters Men's Canadian Fastpitch Championships here in Charlottetown. Join us for the rest of the week. We'll have every game from both fields for the Senior Men's and the Masters right there on bellalliance.net/community1. If you've got friends and family with other friends and family playing on the field, let them know where the stream is. Tell them where they can find us.
Team Newfoundland is the pitcher, number 10, Jason Hill.
So Jason Hill, the pitcher, will lead things off here in the top of the fourth inning. Souk are leading this one 6-3. It'll be Jason Hill, Ryan Boland, then Jeremy O'Reilly. Hill grounded out to short his last time. Barkman back out there for his fourth inning of work. Hill hits that one up the middle. Medwedrich is on there, and that is one away.
Now batting for Three Cheers Pub is the first baseman, number 5, Ryan Boland.
Ryan Boland now for Three Cheers. And Hill just looked gassed after he hit that ball. He didn't even have it in him to run down after pitching the inning. First pitch is low to Boland for ball one. Boland chops this one out to short. It's going to be a close play. And he is retired, 6-3.
batting for Team Newfoundland is the right fielder number 22, Jeremy O'Reilly.
So Scott Leaf is warming in the Souk bullpen, and Blair Ezekiel is warming in the Three Cheers bullpen. Ezekiel hasn't seen any mound duty here yet this weekend. O'Reilly takes a first pitch, ball low. Barkman comes set. Here's the pitch. Foul back to the screen. One ball, one strike, two down here in the top of the fourth inning. Jeremy O'Reilly at the plate. Tyson Barkman still throwing well. O'Reilly will chop this one out to short, and that is thrown on to first, and that'll do it. 1, 2, 3 for Three Cheers in the top of the fourth.
Team Newfoundland scored no runs, no hits. There were no errors, and nobody was left on base. And the score is 6-3 for Team BC.
So leading things off in the bottom of the fourth inning will be Nick Midwedrich. Chris Walushka is second, Chad Bryden up third.
Fantastic personal rewards, but umpires have the best view of the game, guaranteed. Visit softball.ca or contact your provincial or territorial association to learn more about how to become an umpire.
It's got some more positional changes here for Three Cheers. Blair Ezekiel is going to continue to warm. Jeremy O'Reilly is going to move from right field to third base. Eddie Heffron is going to go from the default position back out into right field, the flex player. So Ezekiel will continue to warm up down the sidelines while O'Reilly plays third base. Heffron will move out to O'Reilly's right field position.
So now batting for the Souk Loggers is number 4, Nick Midwedrich.
So Jason Hill out back to work here in the bottom of the fourth. First pitch strike to Midwedrich. Changeup is in there for a strike, too. And Hill's working ahead on the 9 batter in the order. Chris Walushka on deck, singled with an RBI and scored a run last time around. Midwedrich reached on a fielder's choice and scored himself in the second. No balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out here in the top of the fourth inning. Drop ball inside, strike 3. Down goes Midwedrich looking. And Hill seems to have hit a little bit of a groove here.
That is number 11, Chris Walushka.
So this is Walushka's third at bat of the game here on the top of the bottom of the fourth. He is 1 for 2. Strike 1 from Hill on Walushka. That one looked to be a spinner right down the middle. Little curveball from Hill on the right Handed batter for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out to Walushka. Doesn't chase, ball 1. Swing and a miss. That one gets to the screen, and Walushka is going to beat that down to first. Not a whole lot going right for Three Cheers Pub here right now.
Now at bat for Team BC is the third baseman, number 3, Chad Bryden.
So Bryden will move down or move into the batter's box. Walushka's on first. Bryden was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. And he's hit by a pitch in this at-bat.
Now up for Team BC is the second baseman, number 29, Andrew Midwedrich.
Andrew Midwedrich will step in here now. Hill looks to be fatiguing very quickly out on the mound. Checks over with Bryden, make sure he's okay. 1 out here. This is a ground ball to short, taken nicely by Bolin for Gill on the first for the double play. Nice work out there by the middle infield on Three Cheers. Bolin to Gill, onto Bolin for the double play.
Team BC scored no runs, there was no hits, there were no errors, and 1 runner left on base. At the end of 4 complete innings, Team BC leads the game by a score of 6-3.
And a great job by our camera operators to get that grounded into the double play. That's a hard one for him to pick up on the one camera angle there, and he got it all. So great work down there on the sidelines. After 4 complete, BC still lead the defending champ Three Cheers Pub 6-3.
Now at the top of the 5th inning, the first batter for Three Cheers Pub is the left fielder, number 6, Colin Walsh.
So Colin Walsh is going to step in here to hit now. Walsh started the game on the mound, was knocked around, gave up 5 runs, and was promptly banished to left field. Jason Hill came in. Jason's pitched 2 1/3. He's given up 4 Ks. Or he's got 4 Ks, given up 1 run on 2 hits. Ball 1 to Colin Walsh here. One and 0 to Colin Walsh. Foul back to the screen. One ball, 1 strike, nobody out. So Walsh leading off here in the 5th inning, defending champs trailing the Souk Loggers 6-3. Tyson Barkman throwing well out there. Walsh rips that one off the glove of the third baseman. Walsh is going to round first. Walushka with a great play, but throws it out into right field. Walsh is over to third. So Walushka tried to make a quick play, got himself in trouble. Walsh reaches on the double. The Walushka throwing error will get him to third base.
Now batting for Team Newfoundland is the catcher number 16, Ryan Kirk.
Walsh over at third on the leadoff double. And then the error, throwing error by Walushka gets Walsh over to third. We've got a runner on third with nobody out and Ryan Kirk at the plate. Ryan Kirk looking for one of his moonshots, I am sure. All he needs to do is single here, though. Got lots of help coming behind him. Ooh, just missed that one as Kirk was just a split second behind that pitch from Barkman. Inside on Kirk for ball one. Here's the 1-1 to Kirk. That's outside. Faking the pass ball in there was the catcher, Banner. Didn't sell that one very good. Ryan Kirk, the big hack at that rise ball from Barkman, comes up empty. Randy Frame and Trevor Crew in a bit of a conversation about how brutal it's been for the teams that played 3 games today. It seemed like Nova Scotia were here all day playing in the heat. I think they played at, well, it must have been 10, 2, and 6, or 10, yeah, I guess, something like that. Or anyway, it seemed like they were around the park all day, and Frame just chimes in on Twitter, says, the shower felt great. Nova Scotia had a decent day, though. They're sitting at 2-2 in the logjam with everybody else. Here's the full count pitch to Ryan Kirk. Swing and a miss, strike 3 on the defending champ catcher.
Now at bat for the 3-cheer spot is the second baseman number 3, Justin Gill.
So it'll be Justin Gill with Colin Walsh on third. If they were ever going to try something like a squeeze play, it would be now. Infield is in for the Loggers. And Gill takes the drop ball for strike 1. Gill with amazing speed. If he puts the ball on the infield, you're going to have a hard time getting him. Doesn't matter if it's a hard hit ball at you or not. Infield is in. Gill tries to sneak down the bunt. No dice, though, and he is now in a hole 0-2 with Brad Ezekiel on deck. Ezekiel with the 2-run Bell Alliant bomb last time he was up. No balls, 2 strikes to Justin Gill. Colin Walsh led off the inning with a double and reached third on the Walushka throwing error. But that'll be it for Gill, and now with 2 out, 3 cheers have yet been able to cash Colin Walsh.
Now at bat for the 3-cheer spot, center fielder number 11, Brad Ezekiel.
So Ezekiel is up. He homered last time around. Deep home run to right field, and no pressure, Brad, but the boys are looking for another one. That one's low. Ball one for Ezekiel. Shane Boland waits on deck if Ezekiel can reach. Here's the pitch from Barkman. Ezekiel fouls that one back off the screen. Here's the 1-1 to Brad Ezekiel. Runner on third, 2 out. Swing and a miss on the rise ball, strike 2. Approaching 11 o'clock local time here in Charlottetown. Still here in the 5th inning. So we'll be handy on midnight before this one's over. Great pitch there by Barkman. And Brad Ezekiel gets the courtesy of not getting rung up by the umpire. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Walsh the runner at third. And Ezekiel is down on strikes. That is a huge one for Tyson Barkman. After Colin Walsh reaches third with nobody out, he gets the side in order on K's. And after 4.5, Team BC leads the defending champs 6-3. Okay, back here for the bottom of the 5th inning. And folks, tomorrow on the Community One Network, we will again have all the games. Bill McLean's going to be with you for the first game at noon. It's the Diamondbacks against the Three Cheers Pub. That's going to be a big one. I'll have the PEI Fawcetts versus the East Hants Mastodons at 2 p.m. Bill will have the Kelly's Pub Bulldogs and Souk Loggers. Another big game tomorrow at 3 on Diamond 2. I'll be here for the 4 p.m. game between Quebec Senior and Three Cheers Pub. Bill will have the 6 p.m. game on Diamond 2 between the Diamondbacks and the East Hants Mastodons. I will have the 6:30 game between the host PEI Fawcetts and the Kelly's Pub Bulldogs, and Bill McLean will take you home tomorrow night, as I've done the 2 8:30 gigs so far. Bill will have tomorrow night's late game between these Souk Loggers and the Quebec Seniors. That's a foul ball off the foot of Hunter to start, or for a second strike here in the bottom of the 5th. So we'll be on the air at noon Atlantic tomorrow and be with you right up until, well, probably around this time of night again. 2 games on field 2 tomorrow, and it should be a great day for Fastpitch. That one's high out of the zone for a ball. That one's fouled off into the night. One and 2 the count here to Hunter. He's walked twice and scored twice. Rips that one foul. So Hunter 0 for 0 with 2 runs scored. Tyson Barkman through 5 innings has only given up 4 hits and 3 runs. He's got 8 strikeouts. 2-2 on the outside corner, called a strike to the dismay of Blake Hunter. And that was certainly borderline. 1 down. But too close to take with 2 strikes, as they say.
Now up for the Souk Loggers is the catcher, number 38, Brian Banner.
So Brian Banner, who tried to get Colin Walsh with the fake pass ball move. That's a new one. Seen the fake throw to center field. Strike 1 on Banner. Rise ball on the outside corner. No balls, 1 strike. Strike 2 in there, same spot, a little bit lower this time on Banner, and Hilly's ahead 0-2. Here's the 0-2 from Jason Hill. Change up, Banner waves at it. And Hill has struck out the first 2 batters this inning.
Now batting for Team BC, the designated player, number 15, Ben Edgington.
Two out for Edgington. Walked and struck out in this one. Rise ball on the outside half of the plate for a strike from Jason Hill. It's a curveball inside. 1-1. This one is popped up over here. Ryan Boland's going to take it at first base. F3 for Edgington. And that's going to do it. We're heading to the 6th inning.
No runs, there were no hits, no errors, and no runner left on base. At the end of 5 complete innings, Team BC leads the game by a score of 6-3.
So we'll head to the 6th inning, and down to their last 6 outs are Three Cheers Pub, the defending champs. They have not lost many games at these national tournaments over the last couple of years, if any. I'd have to double check my stats, but I don't know, but they've run the table a couple of straight times. They're in danger here of falling to the Souk Loggers in the 6th inning. Tyson Barkman's throwing well out there. Shane Boland, Blair Esgel, and Jason Hill due up here in the 6th inning for Three Cheers. I should be able to have those stats available. Last year, Three Cheers ran the table at 8-0. And in 2012, they ran the table at 6-0.
Number 5, no, sorry. Number 9, Shane Boland.
So yeah, since they've started this streak, Three Cheers have not lost a game at Nationals in more than 2 years. Shane Boland pops this one up to the right side. It's going to get down and foul. And over the fence goes the first baseman out and corralled that foul ball. Hunter goes out and over like he was eliminated from the Royal Rumble. Shane Boland leading things off here in the top of the 6th inning. He grounds that inside the bag and fair. Boland rounds first hard. Holds up and a great throw from the left fielder. Todd Belton to get that in and keep Boland at first base. Blair Ezigal stepping in here now.
At bat number 8, Blair Ezekiel.
So since losing the championship game in Owen Sound in 2011 to the Kitchener-Hallman Twins, this squad has not lost a game at the Senior Nationals. Round robin or playoffs. Ezigal fouls that one back to the screen. So the Souk Loggers looking to make a little bit of history here. And Three Cheers looking to show why they have not lost a game. Here's the 0-1. Blair Ezigal bunts. And the draw is dropped at first base by Medwedrich. And Ezigal is on.
Now up at bat for Team Newfoundland number 10, Jason Hill.
And all of a sudden, the tying run is at the plate in the form of the slugger, Jason Hill. So all of a sudden, not so far out of it are the defending champs. 2 runners on, nobody out. Meat of the order, Jason Hill, Ryan Boland coming up. Barkman certainly feeling the heat out there now. He was able to get out of the last jam by use of the strikeout. Let's see what happens here now. Nobody out, top of the 6th inning. Hill just misses hitting that one 3,000 feet, sends it a couple hundred back behind us. No balls, 1 strike. Jason Hill batting against Tyson Barkman, the ace for these Souk Loggers. Times called by Hill in the box. Shane Boland, the runner at second. Blair Ezigal, the runner at first. Nobody out here in the top of the 6th. Ryan Boland waits on deck. Jason Hill represents the tying run at the plate. Pitch from Barkman is grounded hard to second. There's only 1 play. They'll get Hill. And Ezigal and Boland move to second and third, respectively.
Now at bat, the first baseman, number 5, Ryan Boland.
And now your tying run is represented by the first baseman, Ryan Boland. And I don't think they're discussing putting him on here with O'Reilly and Walsh coming up, but maybe they are. Boland, a world-class hitter. Well, they're going to go right at him. Runners on second and third. 1 away now. Base hit will score 2. Boland drives this one to left. It is back. It is gone. Tie ball game. Ryan Boland, a first pitch swinging home run. And the defending champion, Three Cheers Pub Bud Light of Newfoundland and Labrador, are back into this one. Ryan Boland with his second Bell Alliant bomb of the day. And we are all tied up. That should send this Twitter sphere into a frenzy.
Now at bat for Team Newfoundland, the third baseman, number 22, Jeremy O'Reilly.
We are all tied up. Brand new game here in the top of the 6th. Right, courtesy of Ryan Boland. Driving that one over the left field fence. And off the facing of field number 2. Hold on to your hats, folks. Ryan Boland has tied this one up. The big bopper. O'Reilly takes strike one. And this game is tied up more than a nurse at the health science. O'Reilly fouls that one back. No balls, 2 strikes. Blair Ezigo back down the line to start throwing here. Jeremy O'Reilly, the 0-2, lets that one go for a ball. O'Reilly looking to follow that up. Good eye there, lets that go. Ball 2, 2-2. Still only 1 out here. And all of a sudden, there is some life on the 3 Cheers bench, and a game that looked to be in hand for the Sauk Loggers is now in question. O'Reilly swings and misses strike 3 as Barkman hops right back on the horse.
Now batting for the 3 Cheers pub, the left fielder, number 6, Colin Walsh.
So Walsh will come in to hit. Walsh had a double his last time up, last inning. Was stranded on third base after being there with nobody out. Foul back. Here's the 0-1 to Colin Walsh. 2 down here in the top of the 6th inning. That one is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike. Barkman working against Colin Walsh. Swing and a miss. Walsh just missing that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. One and 2. Colin Walsh versus Tyson Barkman. Strike 3 on the inside corner, and that'll do it for 3 Cheers in the top half of the 6th inning. They get 3 runs courtesy of the Ryan Bolin Bella Lion bomb. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th when it'll be the 7, 8, 9 hitters for Team BC. Todd Belton, Jesse Grieve, and the center fielder, Nick Midwedrich.
Do you want to learn how to pitch or improve the pitching skills you already have? Then Can Pitch is for you. Can Pitch is Softball Canada's national pitching program and comprises of 6 weeks of fun and innovative training by qualified Can Pitch instructors. Visit softball.ca or contact your provincial or territorial association for more information.
Sean Cleary checking in on Twitter and gives a Ric Flair woo to that Ryan Bolin home run.
Now at bat for the Sauk Loggers, the left fielder, number 16, Todd Belton.
So a brand new ball game, and Jason Hill is on here to pitch the bottom of the 6th inning. Todd Belton will lead off Jesse Grieve, and then the center fielder, Midwedrich. Drilled out there to short, past Shane Bolin for a single. What a finish we've got shaping up here, folks. Hold on to your hats.
Now batting for the Souk Loggers, the right fielder number 24, Jesse Grieve.
Jesse Grieve stepping in. You gotta expect a sacrifice bunt here from Grieve, the number 8 hitter. As we're in the bottom of the 6th here. O'Reilly playing in. Bolin playing in. Grieve wants to talk this one over with the coach, make sure he's got the right instructions going up there. Blair Esigal still down warming in the pen. Scott Life in the pen for the Loggers. Bunt laid down perfectly. Good job by Jeremy O'Reilly to let that one roll foul. Heads up ball there, as that was a near perfect bunt by Grieve. Steph Pickett checking in, the fiance of the recent hero, Ryan Bolin, who got this one tied back up. Steph's on a plane tomorrow morning to come here. I think Shane's lady Courtney is coming along as well. A lot of Newfoundlanders making the trip tomorrow. Marcia Hickey, Jason's girlfriend. Bolin overruns that one, and that's going to be an infield single for Grieve on the bunt. Now it's first and second, nobody out for
Now batting for the Souk Loggers.
the Souk Loggers.
Fielder number 4, Nick Medwedrich.
So we're at the bottom of the order, Nick Medwedrich, and the boys are going to have to get ready for another sack bunt here. That's what I would expect. Get runners on second and third with one out, and the top of your order coming up. McWedrich squares the bunt, fouls that one back, strike one. So the excitement for Three Cheers is now turned to concern as there's 6-6 ties in jeopardy. One strike on the 9 here, Medwedrich. Runners on first and second. Another sack bunt opportunity. Right back to the pitcher, Hill. He throws it on to first. Justin Gill covering, and a perfectly executed sack bunt for Medwedrich. 1-4 for the first out. Runners move to second and third, and Chris Walushka has an opportunity to play hero in return for the Souk Loggers.
11, Chris Walushka.
They're going to walk Walushka to pitch to Chad Bryden, load the bases. Bryden's grounded out to short and been hit by pitch twice. Obviously, Walushka regarded as a top hitter. He's got an RBI single and a run scored in this one. Reached on a drop third strike. This puts the force on at all bases. Makes the double play a little easier. And Bryden will have the opportunity to put the Loggers back on top.
Loggers is the third baseman, number 3, Chad Bryden.
Six score. One out. Chad Bryden at the dish. Swing and a miss, strike one from Jason Hill. This is gut check time here for Three Cheers Pub Bud Light. One away, one strike, bases loaded. Infield is playing in. Foul back to the backstop, 0-2. No balls, two strikes, one away. 6-6 tie in the bottom of the 6th inning between the Souk BC Loggers and the defending champ Three Cheers Pub from St. John's, Newfoundland, Labrador. Here's the 0-2. In the dirt, Ryan Kirk with a good pick. 1 ball, 2 strikes as Blair Esigal continues to loosen up down there on the sideline. Fans really getting into this one here now in the park. Great atmosphere. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hill gets set, and here's the pitch. Drilled into center field. Brad Esigo picks that up, guns it to the plate. 2 runs will score, and there's still 1 out. 8-6 now. Souk back on top like Katy Perry.
Now batting for the Silk Loggers is the second baseman, number 29, Andrew Medwidrich.
So now 8-6, the Loggers with the lead. Medwedrich, the second baseman, Andrew, steps in. He takes strike 1 from Hill. Grounded to second. Gill will pick it up onto first for the second out. And Blake Hunter will come in with 2 away, runners on second and third.
Now at bat for the Silk Loggers is the first baseman, number 12, Blake Hunter.
Two down. Blake Hunter comes in. It's got 2 walks and a strikeout in this one. 2 runs scored. First pitch from Hill is high and inside for a ball. Here's the 1-0 from Jason Hill. That's low and away, ball 2. Two balls, no strikes. Hill comes set. That's a rise ball in the outside corner. That was borderline strike call. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two and 1. Here's the pitch from Jason Hill. That's low for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. That's a walk, and we're going to see Brian Banner with the bases loaded.
Now batting for the Team BC is the catcher, number 38, Brian Banner.
Looks like they're going to stick with Hill here rather than go to Esigal, who's warming in the pen. 2 down. 8-6 is the score. Bases are loaded for Banner, who has a chance to blow this wide open. Jason Hill is running on fumes out there on the mound. Here's the pitch from Hill. Swing and a miss, high and outside on the rise ball from Hill. 1-1. This at-bat will define the rest of the game if it hasn't been defined already. Banner rips that to short. Justin Gill picks it up onto Shane Boland, and they get out of it. 3 cheers will head to the 7th inning, down 2 runs.
Johnny Kelly.
So Tyson Brackman back out to work his 7th inning. John Kelly will pinch hit for Ryan Kirk to lead this one off. Brackman's given up 6 runs on 6 hits through 6 innings and has struck out 10. Coming into this one, John Kelly is 0 for 7 in the tournament. He's got a walk and a strikeout. Big John Kelly wearing 34 for Kelly's Pub, or for the Three Cheers Pub. Kelly the veteran subbing in for the rookie Kirk. Or the sophomore Kirk, I guess. Kelly takes a drop ball inside for ball 1. One and 0 to John Kelly. Swing and a miss at that drop ball in the outside corner, 1-1. Some members of the Newfoundland Labrador Kelly's Pub squad here. Taking this one in. Kelly rips that one up the middle. Dies off the bat, though. And one away here in the top of the 7th. Justin Gill will come to the plate.
Now batting for Three Cheers Pub is the second baseman, number 3, Justin Gill.
So Justin Gill will come on here with 1 out. Three Cheers down to their last 2 outs. And really need Gill to get on here to bring it around to the top of the order for the Big Sticks. Gill shoot this one over to second, and he is retired, 4-3. 2 down, and Bradley Ezekiel will come to the plate, the last hope for Newfoundland Labrador.
Now at bat for Team Newfoundland, the center fielder number 11, Brad Ezekiel.
So Ezekiel will try and keep this alive here for the defending champs. Brackman pitches Ezekiel inside, ball 1. So we've had a little bit of heroics here today, but it hasn't been enough so far for Three Cheers as the BC Bats have come alive and Tyson Brackman's been able to get the outs when need be. Ezekiel ground ball to short. Walushka will pick it up onto first, and that'll do it. The Souk BC Loggers have shocked the defending champion, Three Cheers Pub. And that will put Souk right back into the conversation. They are also in that logjam at 2-2. And the defending champs are just ahead of everyone at 3-1. So heading into the final day of the round robin, pretty much everybody now has a chance at a double life. And what else would you want if you're a ball fan? Coming down to the end of the round robin tomorrow, going to make for a lot of interesting situations. And Bill McLean will be on the air tomorrow morning, or tomorrow at noon, 12 o'clock. It'll be the Saskatoon Diamondbacks against these defending champ, Three Cheers Pub.
Award is going to be handed over by one of the grounds, Mr. Al Phelan.
So they'll give out the Player of the Game awards.
Player of the Game for Team Newfoundland is number 5, Ryan Boland. Congratulations.
3 out of 4 games, Boland's been handed the Player of the Game award. He's getting a collection of T-shirts over there now for sure.
Player of the Game for Team BC is number 3, Chad Bryden.
Chad Bryden, the Player of the Game for Souk. So that is the first loss for Three Cheers Pub Bud Light in national competition since that fateful day in Owen Sound when the Kitchener Twins ran the table, including the championship game.
Tomorrow at Saskatchewan against the defending champions. We'll see you tomorrow.
So, folks, that'll do it.
Good evening and safe ride back home.
You've been watching an exclusive webcast of the 2014 Canadian Senior Men's Fastpitch Championships. My name is Chris Abbott. Thanks very much to everyone who tuned in. Thanks to the production and camera crew. We are done for tonight. Bill McLean will be back on the air for you tomorrow at noon. And it'll be the Diamondbacks from Saskatoon against the Three Cheers Pub of Newfoundland and Labrador. Folks, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Get a good night's sleep. We'll see you back early tomorrow at noon for the final day of the round robin. Good night, everybody.